Translator born to be. In one day, Long Chen had slain Dai Xin and Xiang Yunfei. That had shaken the continent. During the past 3 days, Jianing had taken a trip through the various large sects and demanded them to declare their positions. Unfortunately, the results were the exact opposite of what she had expected. Some sects were saying that the Martial Heaven Alliance was too chaotic now, and so they were intending to leave. The righteous sects in the eastern and southern Xuanhuan region in particular were displaying great dissatisfaction with the Martial Heaven Alliance. They said that it was a dictatorship, and the alliance was a weapon controlled by Jianing and Long Chen. Long Chen was barbaric and bloodthirsty, while Jianing actually pampered him and allowed him to do as he wished. He drew enemies from all around, and if this continued, sooner or later the Martial Heaven Alliance would be torn apart. When Jianing heard them say such things, she had an urge to kill people. Just what bastard had started these rumors? Most hateful of all, many sects used the banner of opposing Long Chen to threaten her. If she refused to expel Long Chen and the Xuanhuan Dao sect from the Martial Heaven Alliance, they would leave instead. Under the lead of the East and the South, the remaining regions also had tens of thousands of sects band together to criticize her. As they spoke up, countless other sects began to sway in the wind. They didn't say that they supported her, and they didn't say that they were against her either. It's clear that Pill Valley is up to their tricks again. No one else has such power to rally supporters. Only Pill Valley has the ability to promise those sects that leaving the alliance won't cause them to immediately become targets of the corrupt path. Pill Valley started laying down the foundation for their plans years ago. Their claws stretched into the interior of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and although you noticed them and eliminated them mercilessly, it seems it's already a bit too late. If the Great Era hadn't come, your methods most likely would have been effective, but with the Great Era, the hearts of the large sects are getting ambitious. The change in eras will completely change the board. The cultivation world will look completely different in the end. Hence, this is the worst era that's filled with cruel competitions where the strong devour the weak. But it is also the best era. The small can suddenly soar and become giants. Perhaps a third-rate sect can even become a supreme sect. So everyone is ambitious and easily seduced by opportunities to grow stronger. Even if Pill Valley wasn't actively seducing them, some of those fellows would still be drawn away from you. Of course, some are devoted to you and prefer stability. Those sects all have some foundation, so they don't need to take the risk of betting. However, there is a good saying, barefoot people aren't afraid of people with shoes. People with nothing to lose don't mind going all in. So many smaller sects that have been kept underfoot, or perhaps large sects whose inheritances are about to be severed, are all willing to bet everything on this era. You don't need to get angry with them over this. This is something that follows every great era, which great era didn't end with rivers of blood flowing, comforted Long Chen. Jianing was surprised by his words. She had been focused on the fact that it had been Pill Valley sowing dissension, but she had forgotten the true main point, the people's hearts. It was because she hadn't understood why these people would act so foolishly that she was so angry. Long Chen, do you have a method to change our current predicament? Probed Jianing. I do. Really, what is it? Kill them all. Brat, you dare to toy with me, raged Jianing. How am I toying with you? Why is it that the corrupt path has no traitors? Because they have terrifying punishments that are worse than death, so their people don't dare to betray them. Long Chen shrugged. Then if we acted like this, wouldn't we be no different from the corrupt path? The Martial Heaven Alliance is just an alliance. As long as they don't betray the righteous path and seek shelter in the corrupt path, we don't have the right to punish them, said Jianing. Then I don't have a solution. It's their mouths and they can say whatever they want. It's also their brains and you can't control what they're thinking. You're just hurting yourself by getting angry, sighed Long Chen. HMPH, little brat, if you don't give me an explanation about what you just said, you won't be leaving here without a beating. I should warn you that I know all the old man's moves as well. Jianing glared at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. I naturally can explain it. The Martial Heaven Alliance is a simple cooperation for the sake of everyone's benefit. With everyone's power collected, it allows people to feel safer. If someone doesn't want to feel safe here and goes somewhere else, let them go. What does their life and death have to do with us? All you need to do is look after the people who are always loyal. As for those people who leave, if they are abandoned and want to come back, just tell them to screw off. Long Chen's meaning was clear. They wanted to leave and they were adults. They could take responsibility for their own actions. If you do well, we won't get jealous, but if you don't do well, don't come crying to us. You no longer have anything to do with us. To leave at the most critical time is a betrayal in and of itself. But there are no buts. This is what it means when people say compassion cannot lead troops. Long Chen's words are completely correct. As a leader, you must bring out your resolution, said Yan Nanshan. Long Chen's thinking is identical to us four old fellows. Some people are so foolish that not even a god can save them. You will never be able to wake up everyone, so wasting the time and effort will only make you feel distressed. Furthermore, being distracted by that will lead to errors in judgment for your loyal followers. To save a few foolish people, are you going to let those loyal to you die? Don't you feel that's very foolish? Granduncle Master, I understand. Jining sighed inside. What she needed right now was to not be indecisive. She needed to be domineering and daring. Yan Nanshan nodded. When we told you to demand those sects declare their positions, we expected this result. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Remember those loyal to you. Protecting them is our duty. Even if we have to lose our lives, it'll be worth it. As for those who have rebelled and those opportunists, just directly abandon them. Kick them out of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Jining was startled. Granduncle Master, that's a bit too arbitrary, isn't it? It had to be known that in the Martial Heaven Alliance, although there was only 10% who openly challenged and tried to threaten her, a total of 30% of the sects were still waiting to see how things turned out. If that 30% was also kicked out, it would be a huge blow to the Martial Heaven Alliance's power. With so many people kicked out, the Righteous Path sects would become sparser and more open to the Corrupt Path's attacks. They might be quickly annihilated. Don't worry about it. The Corrupt Path will definitely not attack us before things are clear, said Yan Nanshan. Why is that? Long Chen was the one who replied, because the Corrupt Path won't let Pill Valley get so arrogant, as that's not favorable to them. If they attack us, it will cause more sects to join Pill Valley, and that's not what they want to see. There is a deep enmity between the Righteous Path and the Corrupt Path. As more righteous sects adhere themselves to Pill Valley will naturally be biased toward the Righteous Path. With Pill Valley's support, the righteous sects that join them and have money will definitely launch their own attacks on the Corrupt Path. In that case, the Pill Valley that was neutral will have become an alliance of the Righteous Path. Wouldn't the Corrupt Path be doomed then? Hence, the Corrupt Path is probably also panicking and just watching. They won't make a move rashly. Once you, the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, make a move, a chain reaction will follow throughout the continent. This is the opportunity to wash away the sand and leave behind only the gold. This is your chance to see who is worthy of your trust. Haha, Long Chen, this head of yours is not bad. One of the Grand Elders actually praised Long Chen. The other Grand Elders nodded. Despite being so young, his vision was sharp. What a little monster. But if you're so smart, why do you always do stupid things? Demanded Jining. When it came to cunningness, Long Chen was basically on the same level as these four wily foxes. Because there are many problems that intelligence can't solve, and the more you try, the more indecisive you become. The opportunities in the cultivation world are fleeting. By the time you finish thinking, those opportunities will be snatched by others. So just like the old man, I like saying that in front of absolute power, all intelligence is nonsense, said Long Chen. Master, Yilingshan pulled on Jining uneasily. Don't compare yourself to this fellow. He's a freak. As the Alliance head, intelligence is one aspect, but charisma is the most important factor, and you have it. Of course, that's why I'm willing to let you take my place, comforted Jining. She saw that Yilingshan had been given a blow. Long Chen possessed such vision, while she was a far cry from reaching that level. Don't worry, no matter how intelligent or strong he is, he will be your subordinate. If he doesn't listen to you, just tell me. Jining glared at Long Chen. Cough, I've been away long enough. I'll return back to the Xuanhuan Dao sect to see my brothers. Long Chen stood up. Don't be in a rush yet. Stay for another couple days and you might receive a stroke of good fortune, said Yan Nanshan. Chapter 1802 Danger Zone Yin Yang World. Translator Born to Be. Good fortune. Long Chen was surprised. There were more benefits beyond just the Paragon art inheritance. Yes, good fortune. Just yesterday, a manifestation of immortal mist appeared in the northern part of the central Xuan region, where the yin-yang world is. That's a sign that the yin-yang world is about to open, said Yan Nanshan. What's the yin-yang world? I feel like I've heard of it, asked Long Chen. Yan Nanshan explained. It is one of the 7 great danger zones. However, back in the ancient era, there were only 4 danger zones: Devil Spirit Mountain, the yin-yang world, the ancient battlefield, and the corrupt god cemetery. As for the heaven-devouring forest, the martial heaven sea ring, and the resentful Death City, people later added them to the danger zones because they felt that they were very terrifying. Heaven-devouring forest is gone now, and resentful Death City isn't a place outsiders can enter. As for the martial Heaven Sea Ring, it is dangerous, but as long as you don't provoke the truly terrifying existences within it, it's still quite safe. However, the 4 original danger zones are truly forbidden to enter. I heard you've already gone to Devil Spirit Mountain, and so you've seen the Sovereign Blood Seal. The Yin-Yang World and the Corrupt God Cemetery also have Sovereign Blood Seals present. As for the ancient battlefield, no one really knows because it's too dangerous to probe its secrets. The Corrupt God Cemetery isn't a place we can go. It hides the corrupt path secrets, and even their own people aren't allowed in. So ignoring the other danger zones, let us discuss the Yin-Yang World. The Yin-Yang World was actually a very mysterious existence. Its origins were unclear, but rumor was that it was a channel between 2 worlds, one Yang and one Yin. Due to their influence, there were some terrifying lifeforms inside. There were legends of demonic beasts appearing, precious medicines littering the ground, and priceless treasures for everyone. Each time a great era came, the world would open. It was said that every generation of sovereigns had entered the Yin-Yang world, and some legends said that the sovereigns had left behind paragon arts within for those destined for their inheritances. Some also said that the Yin-Yang world was a corner of the immortal world, and the secret to becoming a god or immortal lay within. Thus, each time the Yin-Yang world appeared, it would draw countless experts. Long Chen, you and Lingshan should prepare yourselves. I will send you in, allowing you to get one step ahead in the Yin-Yang world and increase your chances of gaining some priceless treasures, said Yan Nanshan. Just the 2 of us? Asked Yi Lingshan. Yes, the Yin-Yang world is filled with danger. The various powers in this world will send their strongest disciples in right at the start. A fight is inevitable, so if others entered, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths, said Yan Nanshan. Yi Lingshan was startled by this. In the entire Martial Heaven Alliance, only she and Long Chen were qualified to enter. Just how terrifying was this Yin-Yang world? Then can I tell my brothers about this? I think that my brothers are all qualified to enter, said Long Chen. Of course you can. However, they will need to wait until the Yin-Yang world fully opens before they can enter. Other than that, you should think it through. You have many enemies, and if they can't kill you, they'll naturally target the people around you, warned Yan Nanshan. I understand. However, my brothers are definitely tough. I'm not worried, said Long Chen confidently. The current Dragonblood Legion was no longer the old Dragonblood Legion. With Gu Ran and Xia Chen's armaments, they had reached an even more terrifying level. All right, then I'll tell Jianing to see them. The 2 of you come with me. Yan Nanshan waved his hand, and space trembled fiercely. Long Chen and Yi Lingshan felt their surroundings become illusory. There was a spatial channel in front of them that was filled with life and death energy. Long Chen felt like he had entered a crack within spacetime. Under Yan Nanshan's lead, the 3 of them quickly flew through the channel. Suddenly, spacetime split apart and Long Chen saw a new scene. There were a pile of mountains ahead, but they were shrouded in mist. Spiritual chi was so dense that it was like a wonderland. However, these mountains looked both far and close. Sometimes they were clear, and sometimes they were hazy. It was like they were fading in and out of reality. Before the mountains was a giant gate. This gate was also not entirely real. It was constantly shuddering, and a powerful divine might was coming out of it. Seeing this gate, Long Chen's heart shook. He sensed a familiar aura from this gate. This is a sovereign seal? Asked Long Chen. Correct. This gate was left behind by the 3rd-generation sovereign, Mo Li. It is here to suppress the lifeforms within so that they cannot come out, said Yan Nanshan. When Yan Nanshan mentioned Sovereign Mo Li, he was filled with respect. Sovereigns were supreme existences. No matter how high a person's cultivation base grew or how strong they became, people still had to feel great respect and gratitude toward the sovereigns. Their position might even be higher than gods. Because Long Chen had been in contact with the Sovereign Blood Seal in Devil Spirit Mountain as well as Evil Moon Seal, he immediately recognized the aura of a sovereign. When it came to the sovereigns, everyone that Long Chen had encountered would be filled with reverence toward them no matter how great their seniority was or how arrogant they were. That made Long Chen sigh emotionally. Sovereigns were the true experts. Long Chen was about to ask what generation the Devil Spirit Mountain sovereign was when he suddenly noticed that quite a few people were already waiting in front of the gate. Yan Nanshan, Long Chen, and Yi Lingshan drew quite a bit of attention when they arrived. These people's gazes concentrated on Long Chen. They were staring daggers at him. Long Chen sighed inside. It seemed his bad luck was flaring again. The first person that drew his attention was an extremely large man with a curly beard. This person's neck and head had scales, and his beard was actually growing out of the scales. His pupils were vertical like those of a viper. Just being looked at by him would make a person get goosebumps. His gaze was so terrifying that it was enough to almost make a person's soul flee in terror. He was sitting on the ground, but he was still taller than a normal person who was standing. There was no aura coming from him, but the space around him was constantly twisting. It was unknown what power he possessed that was causing this spatial oddity. Behind this large man was a white-haired elder. He was sitting in meditation, and no one dared to disturb him. As he breathed, two bursts of flames extended and retracted from his nostrils. A strong smell of fire hung in the air. This elder was definitely a terrifying nether passage expert. Long Chen could already sense a fatal danger from him. He also recognized his identity, a Xuanhuan beast. Only the Xuanhuan beasts could have such powerful physical bodies and such auras. Other than the large man with his elder, he saw 7 other elders from whom he sensed immense pressure. They were clearly also nether passage experts. Each of them had brought 1 or 2 young disciples with them whose cultivation bases were at the peak of soul transformation. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were all elites. These disciples stared coldly at Long Chen. Some of them didn't even bother to hide their killing intent. Amongst these young disciples, 3 were from the Xuanhuan beasts, 5 were from the ancient races, and there were also 2 humans. However, based on their gazes, the 2 of them were very likely from the ancient family alliance. Their gazes were clearly hostile. How unlucky they're all enemies. There's not one friend. Fuck, there's not even a single neutral person. Long Chen was speechless inside. Had he really reached the point where everyone in this world was his enemy? Yiling was also a powerful expert in her own right, but being stared at by so many people made her uncomfortable. She sensed a powerful pressure from each of these people. This pressure she felt was around the same level as the pressure Xiang Yunfei had given her. Perhaps all these people were on Xiang Yunfei's level, or not much weaker. She naturally tensed up upon seeing so many experts looking their way. However, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit tense or even angry in the face of their hostility. You should be Long Chen, correct? That large sitting man stood up. He was a giant, standing at 10 meters tall like an iron tower. He gave off immense pressure. Yes, I am. You don't need to stand to greet me, though. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Yiling was speechless. Just how did Long Chen's head work? That person was filled with killing intent, so how was he being courteous? The corners of that large man's mouth lifted, pulling on the scales on his face. It looked bizarre, but based on human standards, it seemed like a sneer. I am true immortal Jioki. You should know of me. Yiling was startled. She clearly knew of him. He had gotten into the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter rankings. This true immortal Jioki was a descendant of the ancient Drake and divine Kilin. He possessed 2 terrifying bloodlines and was incredibly powerful. Anyone who had fought against him was killed. Most terrifying of all those enemies that had been slain by him were eaten as well. It didn't matter if they were from the human race, the ancient races, or the Xuanhuan beasts. As long as he defeated them, their ultimate fate was to be eaten by him. Long Chen nodded with comprehension. Ah, so you're that idiot who left me a message on the Devil Slaughter rankings. Looking at your face, I understand that you must be the result of inbreeding. Tell me, was your father your mother's cousin? Long Chen had just finished speaking when true, immortal Jioki smashed a fist at him. The world rumbled as it went straight for Long Chen's head. Chapter 1803, Yan Nanshan's Sword. Translator Born to Be. True immortal Jioki had suddenly attacked without paying the slightest attention to Yan Nanshan, who was standing beside Long Chen. His fist contained a strange energy. It was like the world was being torn apart by it. True immortal Jioki was 10 meters tall. He was a giant, and Long Chen had no opportunity to counterattack because his arms and legs just weren't long enough. Boom! Long Chen also let out a punch, and ripples exploded in the air. The 2 of them were both forced dozens of meters back. Long Chen was startled. This true immortal Jioki's power was very strange. It didn't seem to be purely physical strength, but it also wasn't supported by some magical art. He couldn't exactly describe what kind of power this was. However, he clearly felt that this was just a probing blow. True immortal Jiaoqi had not used his full power. No wonder you were able to kill Xiang Yunfei. Good. Once we enter the yin-yang world, I'll make sure you end up in different worlds for the rest of eternity. True immortal Jiaoqi's emotionless vertical eyes looked at Long Chen like a viper staring at its prey. Yan Nanshan just stood there without saying anything. As for Yi Lingshan, she was uneasy. This true immortal Jiaoqi's name was too resounding. He was known for being terrifyingly powerful. Long Chen swung his slightly numb hand and shook his head. His enmity with the Xuanhuan beasts had originated from the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Last time, they had tormented Cloud not because she was part of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, but because of Meng Qi's myriad spirit diagram. The myriad spirit diagram was something he had obtained in the Four Nations' ancient remnant. It was a priceless treasure left behind by an ascender. There was a complete inheritance of 10,000 beasts within it. In this declined era, many of those inheritances had been lost. The Xuan beasts in particular had lost a great deal of their inherited divine abilities due to their bloodlines growing too sparse. But those inheritances could be found within the myriad spirit diagram. Cloud was the best example. Her growth was entirely thanks to the myriad spirit diagram. So it was a must-have treasure for the Xuan beasts. Back when Cloud's mother had entrusted Cloud to Long Chen and Meng Qi, she had warned them that they would be implicated, but the two of them still accepted Cloud. As Cloud had grown stronger, she had helped the Dragonblood Legion turn around fights multiple times. She was an important force in the Dragonblood Legion and was part of their family. Whether it was because they had tormented Cloud or because they wanted Meng Qi's myriad spirit diagram, Long Chen was fated to be mortal enemies with the Xuan beasts. As for this true immortal Jiaoqi in particular, he had left behind a message on the Devil Slaughter rankings, claiming that Long Chen had cheated and was despicable. He had said that he would cut off Long Chen's head as soon as he saw him. That was a naked provocation. Although Long Chen had brushed it off back then, he still remembered it. So as soon as he learned that this giant was true immortal Jiaoqi, he knew things wouldn't be boring. Many people said similar things, but in the end, they all died. Long Chen shook his head. He felt like he had passed the age of needing to say vicious words to raise his own loftiness. You're even more ignorant than I thought. If you fall into Brother Jiaoqi's hands, you will beg for death. Another expert from the Xuan beast sneered at Long Chen. He had 2 golden horns on his head and his eyes were like a bull's. On top of that, he had a flat nose and extremely large arms. There seemed to be wriggling snakes beneath his skin. His blood qi was astounding. Long Chen looked over this person. He nodded. Not bad, not bad. Your fit and your body can be described as perfect. Yes, the quality of your meat is definitely suitable for my brother. You're courting death, roared that expert. All right, don't make such a fuss. In front of the senior generation, just saying some vicious words is meaningless. Don't worry, once we enter the yin-yang world, you can come find me at any time. Depending on my mood, I might even go find you. We can happily kill each other. Just how much more satisfying would that be than just glaring and talking here, said Long Chen. Everyone here was his mortal enemy, so he couldn't be bothered to waste the effort talking to them. With the senior experts present, the most they could do was launch probing blows at each other. It was impossible to kill anyone. Long Chen wasn't interested in testing their power. When he fought, he had one goal, and that was to eliminate his opponent, who was bored enough to play this game with them. All right, then let's just wait. Hopefully, you don't run right into Brother Jiaoqi right at the start, or you'll die too quickly for us to enjoy your appearance right before death. We'll make sure to release how you look before death to everyone. The first place of the Devil's Slaughter rankings is actually just a piece of. Pell. Before the horned expert could finish speaking, Long Chen seemed to teleport, appearing right in front of him and slapped him in the face. A loud explosive sound mixed with the sound of bones breaking rang out. That expert's cheekbones were broken and his head caved in. I already said not to make such a fuss. Do you not understand human words? Long Chen borrowed the force from slapping this expert to return. He had been like a phantom, and by the time others reacted, things were already over. Yi Lingshan had jumped in shock upon seeing Long Chen charge into the midst of their enemies, and had just been preparing to help when Long Chen returned. The horned expert slammed into a distant mountain and bore a hole straight through it. It could be seen how much power Long Chen had used in his slap. Little brat, you must want to die. The horned expert's elder, who also had a pair of golden horns on his head, suddenly rose. Golden light exploded out of his horns, shooting toward Long Chen like a golden sword. When that golden sword appeared, Long Chen felt the world solidify around him, and he couldn't move. He could only watch as that death sword approached him. However, there wasn't the slightest panic in his eyes. He didn't even try to block or dodge it. He just calmly looked at that elder and slowly raised his two middle fingers. Snicker. Iron. Just as that golden sword was about to reach Long Chen, Yi Lingshan's sword came out of its sheath. It not only shattered the golden sword, but a sharp sword chi also slashed off one of that elder's horns, causing him to scream. The sword light appeared for just an instant before it was over. Yan Nanshan slowly resheathed Yi Lingshan's sword, his expression calm. He didn't say a thing. It was as if he had done an insignificant thing. However, his attack had stunned everyone. All the Nether Passage experts stared at him with disbelief. You're actually... They suddenly thought of something very terrifying. Yan Nanshan indifferently said, "The great era has descended. You're not the only ones rising. Others are as well, so it would be best if you reserve yourselves a bit." Just at this moment, a giant horn landed on the ground. That was the horn that Yan Nanshan had severed. It only landed now. "Ha ha ha, many thanks, Grand Elder. What great luck. A bullhorn this big can be manufactured to many combs, and not just combs, but even bracelets, rings, clappers. Yes, this can definitely be turned into some good profit." Long Chen had appeared in front of the horn at some point. He was caressing it as he spouted nonsense. This was a Nether Passage expert's horn, and not just that, this was a horn in which that expert's divine abilities were concentrated. It possessed its own powerful runes, and was on the same level as an ordinary divine item. Long Chen didn't quite care about a quasi-divine item in comparison, but this thing was definitely useful. Without a word, Long Chen put the horn away, taking advantage of when people were still stunned by Yan Nanshan's attack. He then quickly returned to Yan Nanshan's side. "Bastard, return my horn," that elder roared. His divine abilities were concentrated in his horns, so losing a horn was half crippling him. He would be unable to use many divine abilities. This horn was connected to his soul, so it should have been impossible for others to take it just like that. He had no idea how Long Chen had done it, but he actually lost his connection to his horn when Long Chen put it away. It was like it had vanished from this world. "Don't you think your words are a joke? Why would we return our battle spoils? When the Xuanhuan beasts kill others, do you return their lives back to their families?" asked Long Chen disdainfully. At this moment, true immortal Jioki's elder opened his mouth. "Yan Nanshan, don't you think you're going too far? The Xuanhuan beasts' divine abilities cannot be allowed to spread to the outside world. That golden horn had divine runes on it. If others controlled it, they would be able to unleash its divine abilities. It would become a divine item. Although it would just be a quasi-divine item that the large powers wouldn't care too much about. The main thing was that it was a humiliation for the Xuanhuan beasts. Just cutting off one of your horns is going too far. Are you idiots? Just now that horn bull tried to kill me, but you didn't say that was going too far. All I did was slap a calf, and this old bull, a grand Nether Passage expert, attacked me, a soul transformation disciple. Why didn't you say that this was far too? I really wonder sometimes if the only thing in your heads is crap. Do you even think before speaking?" sneered Long Chen. The Xuanhuan beasts really had a beast's head. That elder's expression sank, and he was about to speak when Yan Nanshan opened his mouth first. "Long Chen is correct. If you don't like it, then attack. Some things can't be resolved with words. It just so happens that my Martial Heaven Alliance is looking for an opportunity to show our power. Eliminating a few Nether Passage experts should be quite effective." When Yan Nanshan said this, those Nether Passage experts' expressions changed. Chapter 18:043 Realms of Nether Passage, Life, Death, and Samsara. Translator Born to Be. Yan Nanshan's words were very light. They didn't contain any anger, but no one dared to question his determination. "Yan Nanshan, you're too arrogant. So what if you've gained control of death energy? Your longevity has almost run out, and there's no chance you can restore balance to your life and death energy. If you act so arrogantly, are you not worried your longevity will come to an end and the Martial Heaven Alliance will be destroyed?" shouted one of the ancient race's Nether Passage experts. The Nether Passage realm had 3 realms inside: the Life realm, the Death realm, and the Samsara realm. When Nether Passage experts first broke through to the Nether Passage realm, they would be able to control life and death energy. Their life energy and their death energy would be balanced. This was the realm that ordinary Nether Passage experts were at and was the first step. Once their realm was stabilized, they could proceed with the second step, the Life realm. They would use their life energy to suppress their death energy. The original proportion of life energy to death energy was 50-50, but to reach the peak of the life realm, they had to make the proportion 90-10. Nether Passage experts that had reached the peak of the life realm had practically endless life force. Severed limbs could be regrown with barely any effort. However, once their life energy had reached a peak, the next step was the death realm. The death realm's principles were the same as the life realm. The only difference was that it was the death energy that suppressed the life energy. The peak was to have 90% death energy and 10% life energy. The life realm wasn't dangerous, but the death realm was very terrifying. The stronger a person's death energy grew, the more it exhausted their life energy. Some people would only be able to reach 70% death energy before reaching their limit. If they pushed it, their death energy would exhaust all their longevity and they would die. Many Nether Passage experts were stuck at 70% death energy and unable to continue cultivating. If they continued, it would be no different from suicide. However, Yan Nanshan's attack just now had clearly shown that his death energy had reached the peak of the death realm. In other words, he was at the peak of the third step. One more step and he would reach the Samsara realm. These were the three realms in the Nether Passage realm, but the majority of Nether Passage experts were unable to even step into them. They were still stuck on the first step, stabilizing their life and death energy. They couldn't even step into the initial life realm without wasting countless years. However, Yan Nanshan had already reached the peak of the third step. That was enough to shock countless people. Unfortunately, they also saw that Yan Nanshan's longevity had almost come to an end due to this. It had reached the point that he was no longer able to balance his life energy and death energy. There was no way for him to enter the Samsara realm. That was why they dared to speak up against Yan Nanshan. So what if he was so powerful? His longevity was about to run out. If he were to fight, it would quicken that process. It wouldn't be long before he would be dead. At that time, what would his precious disciples and descendants do? Wouldn't they be slaughtered by them? My descendants are happy. I don't need to bother with them. All I, Yan Nanshan, wish to do is live out my final days while repaying both gratitude and enmity. In any case, I already have one foot in the grave, so I don't need to have any misgivings. If you want to play, I will accompany you. Before people die, they always have to find some things to do, or their lives would have been wasted, don't you think so? Said Yan Nanshan lightly. His meaning was obvious. They shouldn't go too far because all he had left was this one life, and he didn't have any misgivings. He would kill them if they made him. If they forced him, he would even kill his way to their nest. In any case, he wouldn't be alive for much longer, so what was there for him to fear? Those experts became gloomy. The most fearsome existences were always those who were unafraid of losing their lives. Yan Nanshan was such an existence. Did you hear that clearly? If any disciples in the same generation want to send themselves to their deaths, then they can come to me. If there are any Nether Passage experts, though, please go find our Grand Elder. Make sure you queue well and don't go the wrong way. Long Chen immediately started to get arrogant and shout at the Nether Passage experts. Those experts turned green with rage, but there was no way for them to reply. Cursing back to Long Chen was a loss of status for them. Long Chen, you can be arrogant for now, but once we're in the yin-yang world, I will take your life, sneered true immortal Jioki. HMPH, hopefully brother Jioki won't kill him immediately. Someone like him should be tortured and have his soul incinerated so that he can never reincarnate. Just wait, Long Chen. You should prepare to fall into brother Jioki's hands so that you can have a quick death. If you fall into my hands, I'll definitely make you regret living in this world, sneered an ancient race expert. This person was also very powerful. It was unknown what divine ability he cultivated, but his aura was shocking. There was faint star light in his eyes. The Nether Passage experts were intimidated by Yan Nanshan and no longer dared to speak, but their disciples were now pointing their spears at Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to reply. He once more raised a finger on both his hands in a silent counterattack. Those experts were infuriated. They had an urge to charge at him right now. Grand Elder, what does this action of Long Chen's mean? Whispered Yi Lingshan. Although she had roamed the world for many years, she really had never seen this action before. Actually, I don't know either. It should mean he's cursing others. You should just ask Long Chen, said Yan Nanshan awkwardly. Of course he knew what it meant, but could he really explain such a thing? Junior apprentice sister, don't listen to Grand Elder's nonsense. This has nothing to do with cursing others. The thumb represents number 1, the forefinger represents number 2, and the third finger represents number 3. My meaning is that I'm number 1, and they're not even qualified to be number 2. They can only be third rates. Long Chen once more began spouting nonsense with a straight face. That seemed somewhat reasonable, but Yi Lingshan felt like Long Chen was still hiding something based on those people's furious expression. It was unknown whether those disciples' fury had reached a peak so they couldn't be bothered to look at Long Chen any longer, or if it was because their elders told them not to, but eventually those disciples turned away. They closed their eyes and sat in meditation. Seeing those people had stopped talking, Long Chen also didn't waste any more saliva on them. He split his attention to communicate with Lei Long. He began to study the lightning paragon art. This paragon art required his essence, qi, and soul to cooperate fully with Lei Long's thunder force. There couldn't be the slightest deviation from the correct process. Any deviation and the least of his worries would be failing to unleash the paragon art. In the worst case, he would be heavily injured or even die. Back when Xiang Yunfei had unleashed his paragon art, the reason he had dared to unleash it was because it was left behind by his ancestors and was being activated with the help of the heavenly bone spears. He had borrowed the power of his ancestors to unleash it. For Long Chen, he had to rely on himself. His cooperation with Lei Long had to be perfect. Since he could tell that the yin-yang world was going to be dangerous, he had to increase his power as much as possible. Long Chen, you have to be careful of that true immortal Jioki. His talent is exceptional, and he is in possession of 2 bloodlines. Most shocking of all, when his 2 bloodlines mixed, they actually managed to support each other and make each other stronger. His divine abilities are more powerful than others. It would be best if you avoided this person. You have enemies everywhere, so if you are injured in a battle against him, it could be fatal, said Yan Nanshan spiritually to Long Chen, as well as Yi Lingshan. Long Chen, the Grand Elder, is correct. That true immortal Jioki is truly terrifying. Just looking at him makes my hair rise. He's definitely a monster, even more dangerous than Xiang Yunfei, advised Yi Lingshan. Yi Lingshan was also an expert and had sharp senses toward danger. After all, she had fought and come out on top in the lowest level of the cultivation world in the central Xuanhuan region. Back then, although Xiang Yunfei had given her a great sense of danger, at that time, she had yet to take Jianying as her master. She hadn't received her pointers yet, nor had she had a divine sword and a paragon art in her arsenal. She was now much stronger than back then, but when she looked at true immortal Jioki, she felt a chill in her bones. Her sense of danger that had been honed for many years was telling her that he was incredibly dangerous, far surpassing Xiang Yunfei. Back then, Long Chen had used up everything in order to defeat Xiang Yunfei. His chances of beating true, immortal Jioki were low. Even if Long Chen could end up in a draw with him, it was meaningless. Long Chen had enemies everywhere, and if injured, he would be hunted and chased down. Don't worry, I will do my best. Grand Elder, if I kill this fellow, will you be able to handle it? Probed Long Chen. Yi Lingshan was shocked. Long Chen actually dared to say such a thing. That was too arrogant. Even Yan Nanshan was a bit surprised. Seeing how calm Long Chen was, he suddenly understood. He smiled. If you have the ability, then kill as many as you want. No matter what happens, us 4 old fellows will handle it. No matter how many I kill, it will be fine, Long Chen asked again to confirm. Yi Lingshan covered her mouth in shock. She felt like Long Chen had gone crazy. Yes, as long as you have justification, we will all support you, Yan Nanshan nodded. All right, then I'm at ease. This time I'll properly play them. I'll teach them that they can't provoke me. Long Chen smiled. There was excitement in his eyes. He would have to properly cause some trouble this time, or it wouldn't have been worth it for the 4 Grand Elders to come out of seclusion. Chapter 1805, The Bizarre Yin-Yang World. Translator Born to Be. The atmosphere was tense. Although these experts weren't speaking, it was like there were countless sharp blades pointed at Long Chen. Their hostility was clear. Long Chen, are you really not the slightest bit scared? Whispered Yi Lingshan. If she were Long Chen, surrounded by this many powerful enemies who wanted her life, she wouldn't be able to stay calm no matter what. I'm very afraid. Don't you see I'm sitting motionlessly? Said Long Chen. What does being afraid have to do with that? Demanded Yi Lingshan. I've already pissed myself and my butt is now frozen to the stone. I can't move. You should back up before it flows over to your side, advised Long Chen. You're disgusting. Yi Lingshan was speechless, but this crude joke of Long Chen's was an answer to her question. Long Chen didn't care about these powerful enemies. Actually, you should have experienced many similar things that I have. I'm already used to it. The majority of my past few years have been either fighting or marching on the path to the next fight. I've already grown numb to it. What's different between the two of us is that you've always been solitary. There are fewer things on your back, so your battles have probably been smaller in scope than mine, said Long Chen. Yilingshan nodded slightly. She had always been a solitary figure. She hadn't joined any sects and she hadn't trusted anyone. Although she had encountered many dangers, she hadn't had that many life and death battles. That was because if she encountered enemies that she couldn't beat, the first thing she would do was run. Long Chen was different. He couldn't retreat when he encountered powerful enemies. Behind him was his family, his brothers, and his lovers. If he retreated, they would die. Yilingshan suddenly understood why Long Chen was so strong, and why he possessed such an undefeatable will and belief in himself. It was because he had no path of retreat. All of this had been forced out of him. She also suddenly thought of Jianying. This master of hers cared about her immensely. It was her first time feeling such love. If someone harmed Jianying, Yilingshan would definitely put her life on the line to defend her. Thinking of that, Yilingshan suddenly felt like her own mental realm had increased. She looked at Long Chen. Yan Nanshan smiled faintly, seeming to have noticed the change in Yilingshan. This change would allow her to comprehend the meaning of life and death easier. In the future, when breaking through to the Nether Passage realm, her comprehension ability would definitely be exceptional. As for Long Chen, he was a monster, a freak, a demon. Even Yan Nanshan was unable to see through him. He was someone both smart and dumb. No one could predict what he would do. Back in Clearwind City, everyone had thought that in that scenario, Long Chen would release Daizin. However, despite those old fellows trying to hypnotize him, he had killed Daizin. Not even all those Nether Passage experts had been able to save Daizin because no one had really thought that Long Chen would kill Daizin. There were too many unknown factors surrounding Long Chen, so the Grand Elders had hesitated to give Long Chen the spot to obtain the Paragon Art Inheritance. Why did the Martial Heaven Alliance only have 4 commanders amongst the disciples? Why weren't there more terrifying geniuses? It was because a great deal of the Martial Heaven Alliance's karmic luck was focused on maintaining those 2 ancient heroic spirits. So there hadn't been any supreme geniuses to appear in the alliance. The 4 commanders' actual power hadn't been a match for their status in the alliance. If the Martial Heaven Alliance hadn't focused so much karmic luck on maintaining those ancient heroic spirits, the 4 commanders' accomplishments would have been far greater, and the first commander and second commander wouldn't have died such miserable deaths. This was also one reason for Jianying's grief. Grand Elder, there's one thing that I don't understand. If the yin-yang world is a great danger zone, why is everyone sending people inside? Asked Long Chen. According to reason, people should be avoiding the danger zones as much as possible. Why were so many people treating it as a land of treasure? It's because the yin-yang world is its own world filled with yin and yang energy as well as life and death energy. It has 2 sides, a life side and a death side. When the yin-yang world's life energy is at its strongest, people will somehow enter from the yang side. There's no problem with entering then. However, if people enter the yin side, that is a land of absolute death, and entering there would be suicide. Yin-yang world's exterior is covered in mist. It has its own laws, and there is also a sovereign blood seal binding it. It is extremely unstable and it drifts in and out. To put it in a simple way, while the mist is too dense, while the laws do not permit it, and while the sovereign blood seal has not loosened, entering alone would bring with it a 90% chance of death. Most importantly, once you're in, you'd still have to wait for the yin-yang world to fully open before you could leave. The yin-yang world only fully opens once every few centuries or even millennia. Its opening is random, so that's why it is normally considered a danger zone forbidden to life. It's only a good chance now because it has fully opened. Hearing this explanation, Long Chen finally understood why this danger zone would also be a land of opportunity. Long Chen, Lingshan, listen well. In the yin-yang world, unless you have no other choice, do not break through to the life star realm, warned Yan Nanshan. My master also said the same thing, but she didn't tell me why, said Yilingshan. Because the yin-yang world's origins are strange. It has its own laws. Only soul transformation disciples are able to enter through its misty shroud, and life star experts would die if they tried to force their way in. Although the yin-yang world looks similar to the Martial Heaven continent, there were people who once broke through to the life star realm within, only to find that once they returned to the continent, their cultivation bases were unable to advance even the slightest bit. All the way to their deaths, their cultivation bases never advanced again, said Yan Nanshan solemnly. What? Long Chen jumped in shock. Yes, it's true. Many people who entered are at the peak of soul transformation, so when they encountered powerful enemies or other dangers, they might have no choice but to make a breakthrough in their cultivation base in order to stay alive. However, those people, without exception, all found that they could no longer increase their cultivation base upon returning to the martial heaven continent. Furthermore, their combat power began to regress. The elders of that time theorized that it's because the yin-yang world has its own independent laws, and when you break through inside, the heavenly Taos of the yin-yang world leave a mark on you. So once you return to the martial heaven continent, you no longer have the martial heaven continent's recognition and are rejected by its heavenly Taos, said Yan Nanshan. So an analogy would be like your woman ran over to a man's house and slept in his bed for a few days, and upon returning, you kicked her out, asked Long Chen. Shameless rogue, don't be so crass, cursed Yi Lingshan. Long Chen really didn't have a filter on his mouth to say such a thing in front of her. Yan Nanshan nodded. It's a coarse analogy, but it is similar. In any case, just remember that if you break through to the life star realm within it, your cultivation path will be truly severed. Long Chen nodded, but he wasn't worried. He was still a long way away from breaking through. The 9-star Hegemon body art's final few heaven stages required an enormous amount of energy to break through. Huo Long was refining pills all day, but based on Long Chen's estimate, he was still far from having enough. Actually, this benefited Long Chen. Originally, he had been worried about some people breaking through to the life star realm upon entering the yin-yang world to take advantage of him still being stuck in the soul transformation realm. With this, his confidence grew. He even had an urge to go over and slap these people. Within the yin-yang world, the yin side is filled with demonic beasts. Some are even remnants from the immortal era. Those are terrifying existences, so be careful. Other than the demonic beasts, there might be some immortal caves with inheritances or priceless treasures inside from foreign worlds, but those are also filled with dangers. You might lose your life. The other thing to note is to not enter the yin side. There are very powerful death spirit race experts in it. If you startle them, you will be doomed. However, the death spirit race is unable to enter the yang side, so they aren't too dangerous. I hope that the two of you will stick together and look after each other, said Yan Nanshan. No, we can't. I should tell you that if Yi Lingshan was on her own, it would be dangerous. But if she were with me, it would be even more dangerous for her. I'm already prepared. When I go in, I won't bother searching for treasures. I'll just kill people and take their treasures. In any case, many people will just send themselves to me. If Yi Lingshan is on her own, she'll be much safer, said Long Chen hastily. With his bad luck, he estimated that the two of them would end up finding nothing, and most likely end up being hunted down. Furthermore, he had many enemies, and if Yi Lingshan was with him, ignoring the danger, she wouldn't even have time to go search for treasures. She would be fighting all day. It was better if it was just him. This is true. That's fine. You can make your own preparations. If you are able to, it would be best if you are able to find some things that extend a person's longevity, said Yan Nanshan. Long Chen nodded, understanding what he was saying. The Grand Elder's longevity was running out, and they wouldn't be able to last much longer. If they were gone, the Martial Heaven Alliance would lose one of their greatest supports. If both of them could find some treasures, perhaps the four of them would be able to persevere for longer. If they could hold on until Long Chen managed to reach the peak, the Martial Heaven Alliance wouldn't end up short on manpower. As Yan Nanshan was discussing things with Long Chen and Yi Lingshan, more and more Nether Passage experts began to arrive with their disciples. When they saw Long Chen, they were all astonished. They hadn't expected that the Xuanhuan beasts, ancient races, and the people from the Martial Heaven Alliance would be able to sit in silence together. Of course, there were also a few experts who came from righteous sects. They went over to greet Yan Nanshan, but they had their disciples maintain a certain distance from Long Chen. Most likely, they were afraid of others noticing them being too close to Long Chen. Suddenly, a woman walked over from the distance. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was graceful and elegant. When Long Chen saw her, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Chapter 1806, once more seeing Ziyan. Translator, born to be. Her robes were snow white and her figure swayed gently. Like a fairy walking in the mortal world, she drew the gazes of everyone. She was a peerless beauty. Her gemstone-like eyes swept over the crowd. When she saw Long Chen, A complicated emotion appeared in her tender eyes. This woman was the #1 genius of the junior generation of the elusive music immortal palace, Xuanhuan. Her arrival caused every single man to involuntarily feel ashamed of their own inferiority. As for Yi Lingshan, although she was also a top beauty, she was eclipsed by Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked at Long Chen and Long Chen looked at Xuanhuan. He sighed inside. His relationship with her was complicated. There was both enmity and gratitude between the two of them. The entire continent knew what had transpired between them. The elusive music immortal palace had sent Shen Bijan to kill Long Chen, and the results were that the current palace master almost lost her position. She had to punish herself as an apology to the world for her actions. Shen Bijan had died to Long Chen, and the palace master had also punished herself because of this. Although the elusive music immortal palace hadn't reached the point of being like water and fire with Long Chen, they could already count as enemies. Back when Xuanhuan had tried to stop Long Chen from killing his enemies in the Grand Han ancient nation, she had lost. The elusive music immortal palace had then spread the word that she had held back due to her feelings. That was because they didn't want the world to think that Xuanhuan wasn't as strong as Long Chen, but that she just hadn't wanted to kill him. This news had shaken countless experts and made countless men crazily jealous of Long Chen. In that kind of scenario, Xuanhuan had actually rather die to Long Chen than kill him. Her feelings toward him were clear. Countless men could die of jealousy from this. If Xuanhuan expressed the slightest good opinion to any man, it was unknown just how many people would be willing to sacrifice their lives for her. However, Long Chen had actually refused Xuanhuan, making countless people feel like Xuanhuan's feelings were unworthy of him. Yi Lingshan had previously heard that Xuanhuan was a fairy that would make any woman feel ashamed of themselves upon seeing her. Today, she learned what a peerless beauty was. Xuanhuan's charm didn't just stem from her looks. She possessed a certain air that was difficult to describe. There was immortal spiritual qi around her, and it was like she was a transcendent being. It was like just looking at her was a blasphemy. Xuanhuan's arrival caused the heavenly geniuses that had been sitting to shoot to their feet. They felt like sitting before her was an insult. Their eyes were filled with adoration and worship. This was Xuanhuan's specific charm. The elusive music immortal palace's disciples all possessed an ability to get closer to the heavenly Taos. Their natural air made it so others had difficulty forming any hostility or other bad feelings toward them. This was also another reason why Shen Bijan's zither music had been able to control the southern Xuan region's geniuses so easily. It was because their hearts had already been subdued by her specific air. Xuanhuan was much more beautiful than Shen Bijan. As soon as she arrived, let alone the men, even the women greatly admired her. "Brother Long, you're as valiant as ever." Xuanhuan bowed slightly to Long Chen. Her voice was like immortal music. However, it made him feel sour. Her voice clearly contained a certain distant feeling to him. Perhaps this was what Long Chen had wanted, but now that it really happened, that feeling of disappointment was something only Long Chen could understand. "Many thanks." In the end, Long Chen could only reply with a standard courteous reply. His relationship with Xuanhuan was practically a melodramatic play. None of his skills could help him here. "You should be careful." The power of her 7-string C-suppressing zither had increased to a new level. "It seems part of its seal has been broken," warned Evil Moon. In truth, there was no need for Evil Moon's warning. Long Chen also sensed that Xuanhuan was different from before. She possessed something on her that gave him a feeling of great danger. "Brother Long, I've recently learned a new song that I want you to hear. Are you interested in hearing it?" After a moment's hesitation, Xuanhuan asked Long Chen a question. Long Chen looked at her crystal-clear eyes. It was several breaths later that he shook his head. "You shouldn't waste your music on me. It would be like playing music for a bull. I'm a stubborn coarse man. Everyone's Taos are different, and although it's said that all Taos lead to the same place, the paths are all different. I respect your Tao, and I hope you can respect mine as well. Gods, devils, immortals, ghosts. There are many different Taos, but who is right or wrong, who is higher or lower, there is no criterion to judge them. Man is not a fish and cannot know the fish's life." Although Long Chen and Xuanhuan hadn't been together for a long time, they had disclosed their hearts in the Grand Zia. Long Chen understood Xuanhuan's heart, which was why he felt so powerless. Both he and Xuanhuan were very opinionated and strongly believed in their own views of the world. No one could rattle their beliefs. Xuanhuan had always thought that Long Chen was a devil in need of saving. She did it out of the kindness of her heart, But Long Chen never thought of himself as a devil. It was the opposite. He felt he was kinder than the absolute majority of people. Xian had been influenced by the elusive music immortal palace from her youth. She had her own worldview built around there. As for Long Chen, he had his own worldview. He viewed the world from the bottom rungs, while Xian was standing at the peak. Their viewpoints were completely different, and the worlds they saw were also completely different. In Xian's eyes, this world was beautiful, but what Long Chen saw was always the bloody and cruel side. This resulted in two different worldviews, so it was fated that the two of them could not end up together. Furthermore, he knew that Xian had not given up and was planning on trying again with this song. She would do everything she could to get Long Chen to mend his ways. Long Chen didn't want to disappoint her again, so he decided not to listen to her song. However, Xian couldn't help being disappointed after being refused by Long Chen. "I'm sad I won't get to receive your pointers again, even regretful. However, that expression you brought up, man is not a fish and cannot know the fish's life, I disagree with it. The fish is in the water only due to its current circumstances. It cannot grow wings and cannot go ashore. It is powerless to do anything, so it can only peacefully live its life. But the turtle can come ashore to live its life. Crocodile lives on both land and water. They were not satisfied with living in the water and braved the unknown. The kun dominated the water, but it willed itself to fly through the sky, and so there is the story of the kunpeng breaking through the heavens and its restrictions. Didn't they do this to change their viewpoint and to see another side of the world? You are stubbornly clinging to your narrow view of the world. If you could open your heart, the path to immortality and divinity would be wide open for you." Xian's voice quivered ever so slightly. She was clearly too emotional to keep her voice calm. Everyone could tell that she still cared about Long Chen. True immortal Jioki and the other disciples' expressions changed. Their gazes were filled with jealousy as they stared daggers at Long Chen. They wished to crush him right here and now. Just how was his luck so good? Why didn't Fairy Xian look at them like this? Long Chen looked at Xian. Her flawless face was slightly rosy, like a peach blossom in bloom. He had no way to reply to this beauty's emotions. He also couldn't accept her principles. When Xian had roamed the world, she had always been carrying her status as heir to the elusive music immortal palace. Who would dare to be rude to her? Everything she saw was what others showed her. Hence, she thought that what she saw was a beautiful world. As for Long Chen, he had seen people's twisted sides or perhaps reality. This was a world where the strong were respected, where the weak were prey. Xian was born an expert. Everything she saw was beautiful, but Long Chen's world was filled with blood. Xian was using her own yardstick to judge the world and judge Long Chen's world. That was fundamentally a mistake. It was the same world, but their viewpoints were completely different, so the worlds they saw were different. Long Chen had tried to communicate with Xian several times, but he was always disappointed. Her worldview had deep roots and could not be shaken. As for himself, there was no way he could change his worldview for Xian. Perhaps if he didn't have deep bloody enmities with others, perhaps if he didn't have a group of lovers, a group of hot-blooded brothers, perhaps for someone who deeply loved him, he could try to change himself. However, he couldn't now, and he couldn't in the future, so he was silent in the face of Xian's questioning. "Long Chen, Fairy Xian is doing her best to enlighten you, a devil. Hopefully you can sincerely repent and turn over a new leaf, but seeing you expressionless in the face of her emotional plea, it seems you're fully entrenched in the devil Tao and cannot be saved," sneered an expert from the ancient races, his voice full of jealousy and disdain. Long Chen smiled faintly. To Xian he said, "Do you see? This is the difference between us. When you speak, others immediately agree. But before I even speak, others will target me. You are constantly standing beneath the sun, seeing the world full of light. I'm standing in a dark, shadowy corner. Although I can see the sunlight, I can't feel its warmth. The only things that can make me feel warm in this world are my family, my lovers, and my brothers. I need them, and they also need me. We will live and die together. We don't need other people's pity, nor do we need other people to give us their sunlight." Perhaps others didn't feel much from Long Chen's words, but they formed a resonance with Yi Lingxian. She had always thought that others couldn't understand her view of the world, but now she found that she and Long Chen were the same. "Long Chen, you're too extreme. You should try to open your inner heart and accept this world's sunlight. It's selfless. It can't be that you will hate this world as you intentionally stand where the sunlight can't reach you." Xian looked at Long Chen with pity. She knew what Long Chen had experienced, and she knew that if he continued like this, he would sooner or later become a true devil king. She wanted to change that fate. Chapter 1807, Then Let's Not Wait. Translator Born to Be. I don't hate this world, it's the opposite. I love this world and am grateful for it. This world has many kind people and those worthy of my respect. This world is beautiful, but it is definitely not perfect. Fairy Xuanhuan, it should be noted that you are living your life, while I am busy surviving. In your position, you don't need to worry if you'll have food to eat, a roof over your head, or clothes on your back. You don't need to worry about gathering cultivation resources or your safety. That's really living. As for me, I am stuck in the center of a constant struggle with idiots constantly pestering me. They might come at me to try taking my life at any time. They are fiends to me but respectful to you. They are the same people but they have a double standard. That's why you don't need to waste any more effort. I understand your heart, but unfortunately, you will never understand mine. All I ask you to remember is that everything you see is just what people want you to see. You see the leaf that others put in front of you, blinding you from the mountain behind. The reality of this world is far crueler and bloodier than you think. Chen shook his head as he looked at Xuanhuan. He understood that Xuanhuan was doing this out of kindness toward him, but she had been brainwashed by the elusive music immortal palace since her childhood. Some things were deeply imprinted in her brain and could not be changed. He knew that no matter how high his cultivation base grew, he wouldn't be able to change her thinking. Perhaps she was right and the two of them were simply fated to be enemies. It was an unchangeable destiny. Chen, you fiend, Fairy Xuanhuan is trying to guide you to the right path, and you spout such arrogance to hurt her. You really are worse than a beast, scolded one of the righteous path's disciples. Despite both being from the righteous path, it was unknown just how many disciples looked down on Chen, viewing him as having nothing more than dogshit luck. They thought that if they were that lucky, they would definitely be stronger. That was especially true when they saw his words cause tears to fill Xuanhuan's eyes. That disappointed expression provoked their desire to protect her, and they immediately pointed their spears at Chen. Yes, I really am worse than you, sighed Chen. This reply first dumbfounded people, before they quickly realized that he was cursing them as beasts. Chen, do we really need to fight to the point of you die or I die? Life in this world should comply with the heavenly Taos. Whether you're living or surviving, it's the same thing. We can all grow under the protection of the heavenly Taos. Look at the sovereigns. Which one of them walked to the peak by being merciless and vicious? Which one of them relied on slaughter to solve their problems? Bloody methods only intensify the conflict, said Xuanhuan. Chen's expression changed slightly. He thought of the crux of the problem. The sovereigns had been respected by all races, not just because of their power, but because of their wisdom and magnanimity. This was something that he knew as well. There were many legends regarding the sovereigns, and although some of those stories might have been embellished, it was true that only the sovereigns had been able to obtain the approval of all races. He thought of when he had encountered Sovereign Yunsheng. At that time, Sovereign Yunsheng had been wearing white robes and had seemed a bit surprised to see him wearing black. However, the sovereign had then said that Chen walked a different path from them. Now that Xuanhuan brought up the sovereigns, he seemed to understand something. Xuanhuan, there's no need to say any more. You are right, but I am also not wrong. Neither of us will give up our way of thinking, so don't try any longer. The more you try, the more it will hurt. Your so-called heavenly Taos are nothing more than a joke. They also treat people according to different standards. Kind people always end up bullied, while evil people go unpunished. As for the cycle of karma, I'm too impatient to wait for karma to punish them. I remember enmities, and anyone who tries to kill me or harm my people will not be let off. I'm not so magnanimous. I do not have that skill or that self-restraint or that interest in being a good person. What I need to do is protect the people beside me. As for how others view me, their hostility toward me, whatever. After saying this, Chen turned away, no longer acknowledging Xuanhuan. This was an argument with no solution. Saying any more was meaningless. However, there was one thing that he didn't understand, and it was the role of elusive music immortal palace in the martial heaven continent. They claimed to be the protectors of the continent, but their true origins were a mystery. No one knew. Xuanhuan saw Chen turn away, clearly not wishing to continue this conversation. Then, she lowered her head and sadly walked away to find her own corner to sit down in. Waves of divine light came out of her, screening her from the other people's sight. She didn't want others to see her like this. It was unknown whether she was furiously venting behind her curtain of light, or whether she was silently sobbing. Chen knew that Xuanhuan was hurt right now. He didn't feel good either, but this reality made him helpless. He really hated those people who brainwashed others. They were a bunch of con men. The corrupt path and Bloodkill Hall were like that. After their brainwashing, their faith would become so solid that it made their people frightening. When a person thought that there was only one correct answer to something, and all other answers were worthy of death, that meant there was a problem with that person's cognitive abilities. One person might see a sapling and be correct in that, but if an ant looked at it, they would see a towering tree. Their responses would naturally be different. If you thought that your answer was the only correct one, and you had to force that ant to accept your answer, then that was bigotry, and bigoted thinking was frightening. All things had two sides. How could there be an absolute correct answer? If a thief was caught, people would want to beat him to death. But what if he stole a few pieces of bread to save his starving mother on her last breaths? Then you would need to view this problem from multiple angles. Standing in the position of the thief, the spectator, the person who was stolen from, or the thief's mother, that was 4 viewpoints already, 4 different answers. However, brainwashed people did not see 4 different answers. They only had one answer, and if others did not have the same answer, they would criticize and condemn them, forcibly educating them to the correct answer. If you refused, they would raise their butcher's blades. The reason Chen didn't dare to rapidly increase his cultivation base was because he was afraid of one day becoming a crazy person due to the 9-star Hegemon body art's influence. He had to make sure he could always see himself clearly. As for Xuanhuan, the only things in her mind were the teachings of the elusive music immortal palace. She was like an empress standing on the city gates, looking at starving commoners eating tree bark just to stay alive, and then curiously asking why they didn't eat meat. Chen's eloquence wouldn't lose to anyone, but he was profoundly helpless when it came to Xuanhuan. He had no time nor energy to fight with her like this. So in the end, one of them would very likely fall. Xuanhuan was heartbroken, but Chen was also distressed. Xuanhuan knew that there was no way for her to change Chen, but she continued to try, fighting for the slightest hope. In comparison, Chen felt a bit ashamed of how he had given up. Xuanhuan was still fighting for him, but he didn't have the time. He was in a race against time. Anything that blocked his way might come with a great price in the future. He couldn't hold back just for Xuanhuan. One of the ancient race experts took this chance to speak. "What a despicable man you are, Chen. How dare you hurt Fairy Xuanhuan like this? Just wait until we enter the yin-yang world. I will personally kill you to avenge Fairy." "Then let's not wait." Chen's figure suddenly flashed forward. He charged at that ancient race expert. No one had expected Chen to suddenly attack. He arrived in front of that expert in an instant. However, that person was also an expert, and he didn't panic. He had no time to summon his manifestation, but a pair of runic wings appeared behind him. He smashed a fist at Chen, while his runic wings also slammed toward his head. This was a two-prong attack, simple but vicious. When Chen's fist met his fist, his wings would slam into Chen's head. If Chen tried to block the wings, he would have to endure the punch. If he focused on the punch, his wings would shatter his head. The wings were one of the ancient race expert's divine abilities. However, Chen ignored the pair of runic wings. His fist continued to smash into that ancient race expert's fist. The ancient race expert was surprised. He had expected Chen to retreat and block his wings. Chen's most likely course of action would be to launch a kick at his opponent's abdomen to escape his current predicament. That would naturally cause Chen to fall into a trap. The ancient race expert had a chain of backup moves that would even give him a chance to kill Chen if he acted as expected. However, Chen was acting very foolishly by charging in a suicidal manner, causing this expert to be a bit panicked. If it was anyone else, he would be confident in killing them, but it was Chen. This seemingly foolish act of his made him feel very uneasy. By this point, there was nothing else he could do. He could only circulate all his power. Just as Chen's fist was about to strike, he spread his fingers, turning his fist into a claw that caught his opponent's fist. At that moment, the two runic wings slammed toward Chen's head. However, just as they were about to strike, lightning flashed. The two wings shattered. Crack! With his right hand clenching and pulling on the ancient race expert's fist, his left hand smashed into the ancient race expert's nose. Chapter 1808 Mysterious Man. Translator Born to Be. Chen's fist smashed into that ancient race expert's nose. The immense force caused his head to cave in. A pair of lightning wings flashed on Chen's back. It was these lightning wings that had blown apart the ancient race expert's runic wings. When he saw those lightning wings, Yan Nanshan's expression changed. So Long Chen had gained control of this rudimentary form of a paragon art so quickly. These lightning wings were the paragon art, the sundering lightning heavenly wings. It was just that right now, Long Chen was relying entirely on Lei Long to unleash this technique. He was still unable to cooperate with Lei Long to unleash the move, so its power was very limited. It was still in a rudimentary form. Despite that, it was enough to instantly destroy this ancient race expert's divine ability. However, because it had only appeared for an instant, it hadn't unleashed the fluctuations of a paragon art, so others weren't able to realize what it was. Only Yan Nanshan had noticed the power of this move, and he was stunned by its power. If Long Chen grasped the complete form of this paragon art, he might be able to dominate these geniuses. Long Chen, you're courting death. Seeing Long Chen heavily injure his disciple, and then grab him by the neck, the Nether Passage elder that had come with this ancient race disciple immediately shot to his feet. However, he had just moved when a sharp ray of sword chi slashed over. That Nether Passage expert coughed up blood and hastily retreated. I previously said that anyone in the same realm can challenge Long Chen, but if Nether Passage experts want to attack, don't blame me for not being courteous. Have you forgotten already? Yan Nanshan looked at these experts coldly, appearing cold yet domineering. There was frosty killing intent in his eyes. Yiling looked in shock at Yan Nanshan. This time, he hadn't used her sword. He had merely waved 2 fingers but had still been able to use them as a sword and injure a Nether Passage expert. Yan Nanshan's attack once more shook everyone. They were experiencing the terrifying power of someone at the peak of the death realm. None of them could stop him. Long Chen, what do you want? Gasped that ancient race disciple in his hand. His body suddenly exploded. Not even his Yuan spirit was spared. Long Chen's hand was bloody and his gaze was cold. It's not what I want, but what do you want? I was too lazy to deal with you just now, but you still forced me like this. Since that's the case, let's not bother with anything fancy. There's no need to enter the yin-yang world. Anyone who wants to kill me can come challenge me right now. Let us fight to the death right here and see who is left standing in the end. Long Chen was feeling vexed due to his complicated relationship with Zai Yan. Hence, when someone actually added oil to the fire, his temper naturally couldn't endure it. Since you want to die, all right. True immortal Jioki was the first to step forward. His copper eyes stared at Long Chen. Popping sounds began to ring out of his skeleton. Boom! Just at this moment, explosive rumbling came from the air. The mist over the distant mountains had become thin, and a surge of life energy surged out of the yin-yang world. We can enter. A Nether Passage expert formed hand seals, summoning life and death energy that formed a channel through the mist. He then tossed his disciple inside. Count yourself lucky. But just wait, I will definitely cut off your head in the yin-yang world, said true immortal Jioki, before entering the life and death channel created by his Xuanhuan beast elder. There were actually over 10 more days until the yin-yang world was fully open. At this time, the mist had yet to scatter, so it should be impossible to enter. However, Nether Passage experts were capable of creating a channel with their life and death energy, so that soul transformation experts could enter. This way, these disciples would have a 10-day head start into the yin-yang world. That would give them an advantage over the other disciples. However, creating a channel capable of getting through this mist exhausted a great deal of life and death energy. Ordinary Nether Passage experts were only able to send a single person in. Stronger ones would be able to just barely send 2 in. Any more would be too much. Long Chen, just wait. You will definitely die a miserable death in the yin-yang world. A few more of the heavenly geniuses added in their shouts before charging into the yin-yang world. Yiling pulled Long Chen into their channel. Although they moved second, they were even faster than the others. Originally, true immortal Jioki was the fastest, but Long Chen and Yiling quickly overtook them. That wasn't because they were rushing, but because Yan Nanshan's life and death energy was superior to the others, allowing the 2 of them to be the first to enter the yin-yang world. The 2 of them charged through the mist, vanishing from sight. Just a moment later, true immortal Jioki also entered the yin-yang world. The others quickly followed, vanishing one by one. Only once the majority of people had entered did Zai Yan put away her curtain of light. Although her face was now calm, her eyes were slightly red. She had clearly been crying. Little girl, come over here. Yan Nanshan beckoned to Zai Yan. Zai Yan greets Senior. Zai Yan respectfully walked over and bowed. I can send you in. If you enter yourself, it will take quite a bit of your spiritual yuan. That's a dangerous condition to be in while in the yin-yang world, said Yan Nanshan. Enter herself? The experts in the surroundings were startled. Zai Yan was able to enter the yin-yang world on her own. Many thanks for your kindness, but I can protect myself. Zai Yan expressed her gratitude, but she declined. Yan Nanshan did not get angry at being refused. He amicably said, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. You put in so much bitter effort for Long Chen because you think you are saving him, but in reality, you've only made more enemies for him. You've made others grow jealous, and from jealousy is born hate. You've given them another reason to kill him. Senior I. Don't explain yourself for now. I know you had kind intentions, and Long Chen knows this as well. Everyone knows that you did this out of the kindness of your heart. However, if kindness is used in the wrong place, it becomes a bad thing. This is also what I mean when I say that there is no absolute right or wrong. Whether something is right or wrong, true or false, depends on a person's viewpoint. If you want to accurately judge this world, you need to use multiple yardsticks to measure it. If you can switch to a different status and experience another person's life, you'll experience things from a different viewpoint. Perhaps, you will have unexpected gains. Zai Yan looked at Yan Nanshan with gratitude. She once more respectfully bowed. Many thanks for your pointers. Wahahaha, who do I see here? Why, it's Fairy Zai Yan, I'm honored. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A tall man wearing a cloak and a mask on his face walked over. He looked at Zai Yan enthusiastically. Sir, you are. Zai Yan looked at this man curiously. Divine runes were flowing around his mask that made it impossible for others to see his true face. Just seeing his eyes, she didn't find him familiar at all. Fairy Zai Yan, have you forgotten me so quickly? This isn't a good place to speak, but you do know me. We met in the eastern wasteland and I've even heard your music before, urged that man. Sorry, I really don't remember you. Zai Yan shook her head apologetically. What the? Is the only one you remember from the eastern wasteland, Long Chen? That's very hurtful. That man lowered his head sadly. Sorry, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Zai Yan looked at him for a long time before confirming she really didn't know him. Zai Yan lightly pressed a hand against the air. It was like a zither was present in the air, and the world was split open, forming a narrow channel for her. In front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Zai Yan gracefully walked into that narrow channel and vanished from sight. When she vanished, the split-open world returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, that sight deeply shook people's minds. My word, Fairy Zai Yan has gained the approval of the 7-string C-suppressing zither. She can communicate with the world spiritually, using the very heavens as her strings, exclaimed a nether passage expert. Was she really a soul transformation disciple? This kind of power was enough to annihilate nether passage experts. Many people felt thankful that Long Chen had been so stupid as to refuse Zai Yan's kindness. If he ended up with Zai Yan, no one would be able to do anything to him. The elusive music immortal palace's disciples' strongest point wasn't their combat power, but their ability to commune with the heavenly Taos. Whoever could dual cultivate with her would never have a bottleneck in their lifetime. When Zai Yan had said that if Long Chen would agree to change his ways, the path to immortality or divinity would be wide and open for him, it had clearly expressed her determination and her heart. However, Long Chen had declined this lure that would drive others crazy. That bastard Long Chen, how am I supposed to live this down? Beautiful women only recognize you and not me. How am I any inferior to you? Cursed the man once Zai Yan left. Everyone looked at this person curiously. His voice was very young. However, wearing a cloak and mask out in the open was a bit out of place. Brother, do you have any enmity with Long Chen? Probed an expert from the ancient family alliance. The mysterious man looked at that nether passage expert and suddenly slapped him across the face, cursing, "Who the fuck are you calling brother?" Chapter 1809 The Western Wretch appears. Translator born to be. That nether passage expert of the ancient family alliance kindly stepped forward to strike up a conversation, only to receive a sudden slap in the face. Bastard, the nether passage expert was enraged. He was just about to kill this man when he suddenly smelled the scent of rot. His face began to hurt and itch at the same time. When the experts around him saw his face, they all let out startled cries. That nether passage expert's face was starting to rapidly decay. This is death energy, that's impossible. This man might be masked, but he didn't look to be over 30. How was it possible to advance to the nether passage realm at such a young age? How could he control such pure death energy? The nether passage expert who had been slapped had chunks of his face slowly fall. He couldn't even stop it. His skull was quickly exposed. The corrosive energy was then starting to fade. However, before he could fully erase it, he would have to keep this frightening appearance. "Just who are you?" shouted the nether passage expert. This kind of pure death energy was something that of all the people present, only Yan Nanshan could possess. No one could have expected that such a young and terrifying nether passage expert had appeared in this world. Yan Nanshan looked at the masked man and sank into thoughtful silence. He silently smiled. Now he knew why this masked man's death energy was so strange. "Who am I? Do you think you're qualified to ask? If I wanted to, other than this senior from the Martial Heaven Alliance, all of you would be crushed," sneered the masked man. The death energy surrounding his body grew denser and stronger, shocking everyone. They hastily retreated. This death energy actually possessed a powerful corrosive power, forming its own death domain that even nether passage experts didn't dare to get close to. This death domain possessed a corrosive aura that was very strange. They didn't want to touch it. "Little fellow, I don't mind telling you that the death energy on your face isn't as simple as you think. It has imprinted onto your skull. If you look carefully, you'll find that your longevity is currently wasting away," said the masked man indifferently. That nether passage expert immediately sensed it carefully, and his expression completely changed. He was shocked to find that his longevity was truly shrinking. Although the process was very slow, it still terrified him. The masked man continued, "This is just the start. This death poison has branded your skeleton. In 3 days, the poison will erupt like a volcano. At that time, you'll be losing a year of your life with each breath you take until you're dead. So, do you still think you're qualified to call me brother?" The nether passage expert from the Ancient Family Alliance looked at the masked man uneasily. The other experts were also intimidated, afraid that the masked man would set his sights on them. That death energy was something nether passage experts in the life realm couldn't resist. "Senior, I was rude to you. I hope you won't find trouble for this junior." The Ancient Family Alliance's nether passage expert lowered his head and begged. The masked man smiled and nodded. "In all my years of roaming the continent, that was the first time someone dared to call himself my brother. The youngsters these days are all rude. Well, due to your youth, I won't be too hard on you. I'll give you a chance to make up for this. Open the life and death channel for me to the yin-yang world, then I'll accept your apology." "But, senior, that's the yin-yang world. Do you think my realm is something a child like you can comprehend? That yin-yang world is just a fart in my eyes. I can come and go as I please. Are you opening the gate or not? If not, just wait for your longevity to dry up." The masked man snorted and turned to walk into the yin-yang world himself. His words shocked everyone. The yin-yang world was its own unique world. Only soul transformation disciples could enter, and life star experts and above would be annihilated by its laws. No matter how strong a person was, they were still nothing in front of a whole world's power. But this masked man still dared to enter the yin-yang world. Yan Nanshan smiled faintly. He didn't say a word, but inside, he was thinking that the youngsters these days really knew how to play. "Senior, please wait. Junior will immediately open the gate." That nether passage of the Ancient Family Alliance clenched his teeth. Life and death energy surged out of him, and a channel opened in the air. The channel had just formed when he began to sweat. He had already exhausted most of his energy opening the channel for his disciple. Hence, opening it again was incredibly taxing, but he had no choice if he wanted to live. "Count yourself sensible." The masked man jumped into the channel. "Senior, can you please go faster? I can't hold on." The nether passage expert's aura was growing unsteady. "Useless thing, you can't even do something so insignificant," scolded the masked man, but he quickened his steps. He quickly reached the end of the channel and was right in front of the mist. One more step, and he would enter the yin-yang world. Everyone was holding their breath. If the masked man could enter, then perhaps there was hope that they could also enter. They were starting to wonder if the laws of the yin-yang world had changed without anyone noticing. They saw that the masked man was standing right in front of the mist, but the mist was still completely steady. There were no intense fluctuations. At this time, the masked man turned back to the Ancient Family Alliance's nether passage expert. "I keep my word. I'll tell you the way to cure your face right now." "Many thanks, senior," cried that nether passage expert. "All you need to do is see my face and the poison will be cured. Look closely." The masked man slowly took off his mask, revealing a young and handsome face with a slight double chin. His face still had a bit of baby fat to it, and normally this kind of face was quite kind and nice. However, now it was covered with a wretched expression. Mo Nyan. When the mask fell, that nether passage expert's eyes opened wide. Blood almost poured out of his eyes, and he clenched his teeth furiously. Ha ha ha, not bad. After traveling far and wide and excavating countless tombs, I've finally gained some recognition. Little fellow, many thanks for your effort. I'll leave first, but because you're so obedient, I won't rob your ancestral tomb. Mo Nyan laughed magnanimously. Fuck your mother, you robbed my family's ancestral tomb a year ago, roared the nether passage expert. Oh, is that so? I've excavated countless tombs, so I can't remember them all. That's fine, then I promise not to excavate your ancestral tomb a second time. All right, goodbye. Mo Nyan stepped into the mist, vanishing from sight. Although that nether passage expert had immediately dispelled his channel upon realizing it was Mo Nyan, the gate that was stuck onto the mist still stayed for a few seconds before vanishing. Most hateful of all, this mist was condensed by the laws of the yin-yang world, so he didn't dare to attack it. If the yin-yang world counterattacked, he would be annihilated. The nether passage expert coughed up a mouthful of blood, almost fainting. At this moment, he realized that his face had recovered. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that Mo Nyan's death energy was not the death energy that nether passage experts controlled. He had been fooled. This kind of energy came from ancient tombs. It was a corrosive death poison that had infected Mo Nyan after staying in tombs for too long. After a long time, he had managed to learn how to control this kind of sinister power. This kind of energy was fundamentally different from a nether passage expert's death energy. One was a law, while the other was a kind of poisonous chi. If he had been calm, he would have noticed the clues. However, this bastard Mo Nyan's acting had been too good, duping him and everyone else. Thinking of how he had actually called Mo Nyan Sr., bowed to him, and even opened the channel for him, he almost exploded in anger. Most hateful of all, Mo Nyan had once dug up his ancestral tomb. Of everyone present, only Yan Nanshan had seen the clues and guessed Mo Nyan's identity. That dense death air was something only Mo Nyan, who had spent a great deal of time frequenting ancient tombs, would possess. Mo Nyan and Long Chen had become good brothers in the eastern wasteland. Yan Nanshan naturally wouldn't expose him. Seeing Mo Nyan slap his enemy in the face and then con him into respectfully opening a path for him without the slightest effort, Yan Nanshan supposed that the name of the western wretch was not undeserved. Once Mo Nyan had muddled his way into the yin-yang world, Yan Nanshan turned and left. He trusted that, when the eastern madman and the western wretch were reunited, the yin-yang world would become truly lively. Chapter 1810, Entering the Yin-Yang World. Translator Born to Be. The mist before him gradually faded. Long Chen found that he and Yi Lingshan had entered a new world. They were standing in the sky, overlooking an unfamiliar land. He saw an unending mountain range, a huge towering forest, and vines as thick as dragons. This world was thrumming with vitality. In fact, it was even greater than the spirit world. The mountain range continued beyond the horizon. In the end, he saw the peaks of mountains piercing into the clouds. The sun hung high in the sky. It didn't look any different from the Martial Heaven continent. When he looked back, he saw that the mist had long since vanished. He had no idea where exactly he was. The first thing Long Chen did was activate his divine ring. The dense life energy in the air was summoned by the divine ring. It poured into the primal chaos space, and the withered world trees were quickly nourished. Long Chen, don't make such a ruckus as soon as you enter, Yi Lingshan jumped. This place was a danger zone, a place forbidden to life. There were countless dangers, and the slightest carelessness would cause you to lose your life. However, Long Chen acted indifferent to all this as soon as he entered. It's fine, I'll just wait for those fellows to get in here. We can kill each other happily, said Long Chen. Long Chen had never possessed a good temper. Seeing them want to kill him had provoked his killing intent. Don't foolishly wait. The mist seems to be rapidly revolving around this whole world. If you enter at different times, you'll appear in different places. Even if two people enter at the same time, they are unlikely to end up together. The reason we weren't separated was because the Grand Elder used his supreme power to block the power of the laws here, said Yi Lingshan. So there was such a thing. Long Chen was disappointed. He had been prepared to have a large slaughterfest here. Long Chen, the Grand Elder, told us to go search for precious medicines that can extend a person's life. "Do you want to come with me?" asked Yi Lingshan. "Do you have a map?" "No, there is no map of the yin-yang world. Each time it appears, its terrain changes, so maps are useless. We'll need to investigate it ourselves and then exchange information with others to get a more complete picture. However, even that will be useless the next time the yin-yang world opens." "Then how are you going to find those medicines?" "I don't know either. The Grand Elders need them, though. Although they didn't say it was a must, it's still very important. As long as I can obtain some kind of life-extending medicine, I don't mind missing out on other opportunities. I heard you're an alchemist. Shouldn't you have some way of locating precious medicines?" asked Yi Lingshan. "The Grand Elders know that finding such a rare treasure would be up to the karmic luck of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Their existence supports the entire Martial Heaven Alliance, so if the Alliance's karmic luck has not yet come to an end, the life-extending medicine will appear on its own. If not, do you think a few medicines would be able to change the future? In the end, we'll be relying entirely on luck. Let me put it to you this way. If you go roaming around to test your luck, based on your karmic luck as the future heir of the Martial Heaven Alliance, you will definitely have a chance of finding the medicine. But if you stay with me, let alone finding it, I don't even know how many dangers you would encounter on your way. So I won't implicate you. You should go on your own before you're brought down by my bad luck. I'll look for it as well. I have some experience when it comes to snatching treasures from others." Long Chen was telling her to go on her own. If she found it, then good. If she didn't, then he would see if he could snatch it from others. In any case, they were all his enemies. He didn't even need to come up with a reason to take their treasures. "All right then, be careful. You have a lot of enemies," warned Yi Lingshan. Just at the entrance, practically everyone was Long Chen's enemy. It was unknown just how many other enemies had entered from different openings to the yin-yang world. "Don't worry, I've long since gotten used to it. I'm more worried about you. You're strong, but you aren't ruthless enough. You should remember that if anyone targets you, no matter what their reasoning, you have to have the determination to kill them. Your life is no longer just your own. It belongs to the Alliance head and the Martial Heaven Alliance. Compared to before, you are no longer the same." Yi Lingshan was truly powerful. She even had a paragon art now. Even if she encountered powerful enemies, she should have the power to protect herself. Long Chen was just worried that she wouldn't be decisive enough. Before, Yi Lingshan hadn't had the confidence to act like that. She had to have misgivings about who she was fighting. However, she didn't need to worry about that now. She had to be tough. Yi Lingshan nodded. Picking a random direction, she suppressed her aura and rushed off. She definitely didn't want to be like Long Chen and practically broadcast her location. She hid herself to avoid drawing attention. With his divine ring active, Long Chen was basically telling the entire yin-yang world that he was waiting here. Once Yi Lingshan left, Long Chen didn't immediately set off. Instead, he sat in the air, keeping his divine ring active to absorb the dense life energy in the surroundings. The will corresponding to the divine ring forced even the yin-yang world to give him its energy, just like it forced the Martial Heaven continent. The world trees were starting to revive from their withered state. In 3 days, there was a thrumming forest in the primal chaos space. They had been fully restored. Long Chen took a deep breath. With his primal chaos space restored, he wouldn't need to worry about being injured. If he had possessed such an ability in the outside world, perhaps he would have already beaten those fellows. However, wasting 3 days like this was painful. The very reason they had all entered ahead of time was to get a head start. At this time, there were fewer people and many treasures. It was the best time. Fortunately, Long Chen still felt good. In any case, his luck wasn't good enough to find treasures. Raising his power was what truly mattered. After 3 days, Long Chen had grasped the essentials of the yin-yang world. The heavenly Taos here were not that different from the Martial Heaven continent. He could still unleash the same magical arts here. Their power wasn't lower or greater. The only curious thing was that the sun in the sky always hung in the same spot. It was daytime here all the time. He had to rely on his own sense of time to calculate how many days had passed. Although my luck's not good, I should still look around. What if I do run into something? Long Chen looked around and decided to go in the opposite direction from Yi Lingshan. However, he suddenly had a strange urge. Looking in a certain direction, he decided to go that way. "You've also sensed it?" asked Evil Moon. "Sensed what? I just feel like there's something that belongs to me. It's very strange." "I feel the same. Go and take a look. Suppress your aura. There's a nest of heaven-devouring ants to your right. That kind of ancient species is extremely tough. Their defensive prowess is so great that even 12th rank magical beasts would be in danger if they encountered them, warned Evil Moon. They're so powerful, Long Chen was surprised. Even 12th rank magical beasts could be killed by a nest of ants. Just as he was startled, an angry roar came from the distance. The sky darkened. Long Chen immediately found a tall tree to conceal himself. Through the leaves, he saw a terrifying scene. There was a wall of giant black ants with a pair of wings, shining with a metallic luster. Their wings flapped rapidly, releasing an ear-piercing sound. The ants also had a pair of black pincers on their mouths. Sticky liquid was dripping off of them. A drop of that black liquid fell near Long Chen. Long Chen hastily dodged, and a large hole appeared in the tree. It then began to rapidly wither. This poison's really fierce. Millions of those ants flew into the sky. Long Chen saw a giant magical beast being dragged through the air by the ants, going in the direction that he and Evil Moon had sensed. It seemed that they were hunting. That magical beast was at the 12th rank. Surprisingly, it was actually a sword spine armor dragon, the magical beast he had used to run rampant in the ancient race's territory. This sword spine armor dragon's aura was on the same level as that one, however. It was now unable to move. Its mouth opened a few times, but no sound came from it. Just as Long Chen was staring in shock at these heaven-devouring ants, a piece of tree bark behind him moved. Chapter 18:11 Thick Earth Essence Fruit. Translator Born to Be. The piece of tree bark slowly rose, and 6 spindly legs appeared below it. It was a strange fist-sized mantis. It was right behind Long Chen. One of its sharp legs silently pierced toward him. It had just moved when it was sent flying by a flick of Long Chen's finger. It smashed into the tree and exploded. When it exploded, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He found that when it exploded, a disgusting stench rapidly filled the air. The heaven-devouring ants flying through the sky suddenly split their formation, with a portion of them flying over to Long Chen. The mantis's stench had attracted them. "Fuck, isn't this too unlucky?" cried Long Chen. He turned and fled. The heaven-devouring ants were attracted to the commotion, and a portion of them immediately began to chase him. They were extremely fast. They smashed through the trees in between them and Long Chen. From a distance, it was like an angry dragon was winding its way toward Long Chen, blowing apart all obstacles in its path. "Aren't they too fast?" Long Chen cursed. Their wings seemed to be tearing through the void. Their speed was hard to believe. When he turned back and saw the sticky fluid dripping out of their pincers, he felt a chill. If bitten, that poison was not something an ordinary person could endure. Even the sword spine armor dragon with its terrifying defenses was unable to resist that poison. Suddenly, green dragon scales covered Long Chen's body. He had summoned the green dragon battle armor. "It's useless. The heaven-devouring ants have low intelligence and cannot sense the might of your dragon blood. You can't scare them away," said Evil Moon. The might of dragon blood was able to suppress all other beasts. That was due to the innate reverence those beasts felt. However, it was only useful against beasts with brains. These heaven-devouring ants were not intelligent enough. They continued to charge after him. "Then what am I supposed to do? Kill them?" raged Long Chen. "That's no good either. If you kill them, they'll send out a message that will draw over hundreds and thousands of times the ants. You should just run. These things are very irritating. Other magical beasts are also irritated by them, so even the other beasts in the surroundings aren't bothering with you when you charge into their territory. Seeing the heaven-devouring ants chasing you, as long as you don't charge into their nests, they'll avoid you," said Evil Moon. Was it really possible to possess such heaven-defying back luck? He had just started roaming around when he was hunted down by an army of heaven-devouring ants. Since Evil Moon said that other magical beasts also tried to avoid these heaven-devouring ants, Long Chen chose to jump out of the forest and fly through the air. As Evil Moon had said, despite sensing several powerful auras as he passed through their territory, those powerful existences only let out low growls of warning and didn't attack Long Chen. There were hundreds of thousands of heaven-devouring ants chasing him. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. If everyone was afraid of these heaven-devouring ants, weren't they also a protective talisman? When he thought of that, he charged into the territory of one of those powerful magical beasts, ignoring its roar. "What are you doing?" shouted Evil Moon. Long Chen didn't reply. He charged straight toward that powerful aura. He quickly saw a mountain with a tiger standing at the peak. The tiger's fur was standing on end. It was ready to attack at any moment. It was a 12th rank magical beast and roared at Long Chen threateningly. "What are you shouting for? Come and bite me." Long Chen charged straight at it. The tiger found that its roars were unable to frighten Long Chen away, so it actually turned tail and fled from its home. "Hey, brother tiger, don't run. I still have something to discuss with you," shouted Long Chen, but the tiger ignored him. Its huge body instantly vanished. "Coward, don't you feel ashamed of your title as king of the forest? What happened to your dignity, your integrity, you? Oh, nice treasures." Long Chen suddenly noticed a certain tree on the mountain. The mountain was bare except for this one tree. It was extremely conspicuous. The tree had brownish-yellow fruit growing on it. Each of them was the size of a plate, and they shone faintly. Long Chen's spiritual strength reached out. He was shocked to find that, although this tree was 3,000 meters tall, its roots were spread throughout the giant mountain. There was an endless amount of earth energy being absorbed by it. "It's the thick earth essence fruit. The earth essence makes it a divine fruit for earth cultivators." Long Chen laughed delightedly. He rushed toward it, but after a moment's hesitation, he didn't take it. Instead, he used his spiritual strength to grab half the matured fruit. This tree was being guarded by that tiger. It took 10,000 years to bloom, 10,000 years to bear fruit, and 10,000 years for that fruit to mature. The tiger had been guarding it bitterly for so long. If he took the entire tree, he'd feel bad. More importantly, this tree was too big and would take him some time to transplant. When the heaven-devouring ants arrived, they wouldn't care how precious this tree was. They would definitely destroy it in their desire to kill him, and that would be a waste of a natural treasure. Long Chen gathered half the fruit and cut off one of its branches, tossing it into the primal chaos space. The branch quickly began to grow roots and thrive in the primal chaos space. Seeing there was no problem, Long Chen changed directions, bringing the army of heaven-devouring ants away. He finally experienced how refreshing it was to exploit someone else's power for his own gain. He scared off 3 powerful 12th rank magical beasts in a row, but regretfully, other than the thick earth essence fruit, he didn't gain anything else. He knew that the territory of 12th rank magical beasts could not be ordinary. They had to have precious medicines or divine fruit somewhere, or they wouldn't make that place their territory. Regretfully, the army of heaven-devouring ants didn't give him enough time to look around. As he ran, he experienced just how terrifying this yin-yang world was. There were terrifying magical beasts everywhere. 12th rank magical beasts were on the level of Nether Passage experts. Without a divine item, ordinary Nether Passage experts weren't even a match for these magical beasts. In particular, he sensed an even more terrifying existence as he ran, but he decided not to go mess around there. That terrifying existence gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. That sensation of danger was even greater than what came from the army of heaven-devouring ants behind him. If that magical beast wasn't afraid of the heaven-devouring ants, he would be caught between the two of them. That was definitely too dangerous. As he ran, Long Chen didn't use the celestial lightning body blink. He wanted to see if he could profit a bit more from the heaven-devouring ants. He turned, going in the direction that he had picked out originally. A long train of ants followed him as he flew through the air. They were like attendants sending off him, the Emperor. "That feeling is growing more distinct. It seems it's nearby," said Evil Moon. Long Chen nodded. He also sensed an aura that was both familiar yet foreign. It was very strange. "Hey, why did they leave?" Long Chen suddenly saw that the heaven-devouring ants following him had dropped in number. A few of them had flown off, and another portion was starting to slow down. There were now only 10,000 of them left. Long Chen suddenly turned and attacked them. "What the? Brat, you're crazy. Have you started to feel emotional toward them after being chased for so long?" shouted Evil Moon, unable to comprehend just what Long Chen was thinking. When Long Chen turned against them, those heaven-devouring ants were provoked, and the ones that had been slowing down once more shot after him. However, many of them had already left. There were only 20 to 30,000 of them left. That was still terrifying enough. Their black bodies filled the sky. Boom! Long Chen extended a hand. A giant cauldron appeared and devoured those ants. This cauldron was the blazing dragon cauldron that had been with him all this time. Although it was just an ancestral item, having been constantly nourishing it with his soul, it had reached its absolute peak. It was only the slightest bit weaker than a divine item. The blazing dragon cauldron slammed shut, and the heaven-devouring ants began to crazily attack from within. Even the blazing dragon cauldron was rumbling, seeming on the verge of breaking apart. Any ordinary ancestral item would have exploded. Long Chen slammed a hand on the blazing dragon cauldron, and golden flames surged out, enveloping the cauldron. At the same time, golden threads intersected within, forming a net that bound the heaven-devouring ants. As Long Chen's spiritual strength erupted, those threads grew tighter and tighter, until the heaven-devouring ants were no longer able to attack the blazing dragon cauldron. Although Long Chen had acted quickly, there were still countless cracks on the blazing dragon cauldron now. Damn, they really are terrifying. Long Chen was amazed. The power of their pincers was immense. It was no wonder even 12th-rank magical beasts would be run off by them. Why waste so much effort to trap them? Are you planning on making supplements? Mocked Evil Moon. Hee, these are housepits for Meng Qi. Well, you don't need to ask. You wouldn't understand. Long Chen laughed and continued in his original direction. He quickly arrived at a giant cave. There was a hair-raising aura coming from within the cave that made cold sweat run down his back. What is this place? Chapter 1812, Metal-Devouring Evil Dragon Cave. Translator Born to Be. The cave was dozens of miles wide. It was pitch black inside, and an evil air came from within. There were also some bloodline fluctuations that made Long Chen's heart pound. This should be a metal-devouring evil dragon cave. It seems we came to the right place. There might be something we want inside, said Evil Moon excitedly. Metal-devouring evil dragon, what is that? Does it belong to your evil dragon race? Asked Long Chen. This cave looked too frightening to enter. The dragon race is so large that you can't even imagine it. Just the evil dragon race has countless branches. You saw a purgatory evil dragon in purgatory, which also belongs to the evil dragon race. However, amongst the evil dragon race, it is my dark evil dragon branch that possesses the greatest combat power. However, our strongest divine abilities are not dependent on our physical bodies. When it comes to the toughest physical bodies, the metal-devouring evil dragon would be number one. Other than devouring flesh, they're a strange variety that also devours large amounts of metal ore. That makes their bodies extremely tough, and in particular, their teeth and claws can easily tear through our bodies, so we never allow metal-devouring evil dragons to approach us, said Evil Moon. Really, they're that amazing? Then didn't we come here for nothing? You're still sealed and I'm only at the soul transformation realm. Wouldn't entering be suicide? Long Chen was speechless. This was just more bad luck. If he startled a metal-devouring evil dragon inside, he wouldn't get out no matter how many lives he had. Don't worry, the metal-devouring evil dragon is already dead. It still retains its essence blood, which is what you sense. If you can obtain its corpse, it will be very beneficial. Although this metal-devouring evil dragon's cultivation base should be around the mid-12th rank, so in terms of human ranks, your Nether Passage realm's life realm, it was extremely powerful when it was alive. Yan Nanshan might not be its match. Let's enter carefully. If we're lucky and I can obtain some dragon marrow, I'll be able to loosen the sovereign seal slightly. Then I'll be able to use at least 10 times the power I can now, said Evil Moon. Toward the end, its voice quivered slightly in anticipation. Long Chen could only thicken his skin and advance. Evil Moon was resting on his shoulder, ready for any sudden change. Once they were in, a chilly evil air made goosebumps appear all over Long Chen. Yes, one portion is its dragon might, while another is just innate fear. The evil dragon pressure indicates how pure its bloodline is. This kind of bloodline power can be raised by slaughtering more, said Evil Moon. Then why don't I naturally release this kind of aura? I only release something when I'm filled with killing intent. It's completely different from you, said Long Chen. Evil Moon was truly terrifying. Each time he used it to fight, its innate evil air would cause others to tremble in fear. Even top experts would expose weaknesses more easily under that pressure. In a life and death battle, Evil Moon's pressure would make an opponent's mind chaotic. It would lead to errors in judgment and delays in reaction speed. Your kind of scenario is very rare. According to reason, after killing so many experts, you should have accumulated a great deal of their resentment. Normally, when people are infected by that much resentment, their minds and hearts will become twisted. That makes them cold and merciless, and yet you remain the same silly person as always, Evil Moon sighed. Can I take that as praise? Asked Long Chen as he carefully advanced one step at a time. You can take it as that. It's very curious. My dark evil dragon race has a method to absorb this resentment into our scales to create a powerful pressure, strengthening our dragon might, as well as stopping the resentment from affecting our minds and souls. However, you don't have that resentment around you. It's like you haven't been affected at all. Wait, no. Evil Moon suddenly let out a startled cry. "What is it?" Long Chen jumped, immediately stopping and looking around. "Oh, sorry, it's nothing. I just thought of something ominous. You can continue." Evil Moon apologized for the disruption. However, just then, it had thought of the Long Chen that had appeared in purgatory for just a moment. That Long Chen had been wild, arrogant, domineering, merciless, and bloodthirsty. Weren't those precisely signs of someone being infected by that immense resentment? When he wanted to warn Long Chen about this, the instant that thought appeared in Evil Moon's mind, a terrifying sensation of danger enveloped it. It seemed that this was a taboo that could not be spoken. "Are you testing my guts? You almost scared the crap out of me," raged Long Chen indignantly. They were currently within the metal, devouring evil dragon's cave. Any sudden action could frighten someone to death. Just as they were speaking, Long Chen saw a giant skeleton ahead. It looked like an earthen dragon. Its flesh had already vanished, and its bones sparkled like jade. There were still runes on the bones emitting powerful pressure. Damn, the skeleton of a 12th-rank magical beast. Long Chen carefully climbed up the skeleton. He arrived on its skull and recognized the identity of this skeleton. It was a rodent-type magical beast. Most likely, it had been a giant rat, but as for what it was specifically, there was no way for him to know. Its crystal core has already withered. It's impossible to turn its skull into a crystal bone, so it's useless. Long Chen jumped off. The crystal core was already dim. He couldn't help shaking his head. He tossed the skeleton into the primal chaos space. What surprised him was that this skeleton, which was as hard as divine items, was slowly devoured by the black soil, giving him immense life energy. Faint mist filled the primal chaos space. The thick earth essence fruit tree rapidly grew. Hee, at least I got a bit of benefits. Long Chen smiled. This broken skeleton of a 12th-rank magical beast had brought him a nice surprise. If there were more skeletons here, it would give him endless life energy. "Evil Moon, do you know how this rat died?" "I can't tell," asked Long Chen. "It has no injuries on its body and there are no signs of struggle. Its death is really strange. Let's be careful. My guess is that there might have been many magical beasts that placed their sights on the metal-devouring evil dragon's corpse, and this rat might have been killed by them. Most rodent magical beasts have very weak spiritual strength. It wouldn't be strange for it to have been killed spiritually," said Evil Moon. Long Chen nodded and continued onward. However, after just a while, he saw a pitch-black head blocking the cave. It was the head of a centipede. It was lying there with its eyes glaring at him. "It's already dead." Long Chen had already taken a couple of steps back when he found that, while the centipede was still emitting an alarming aura, its spiritual fluctuations had vanished. It was also a corpse. He carefully jumped onto its head. This giant centipede's body was hollow. It was just a husk. Originally, he had still possessed some hope, but when he opened its head, he felt disappointed. Its poison sac had been taken, while its crystal core was ruined as well. It was like something had sucked it dry. Although it was said that a 12th-rank magical beast's body was comparable to a divine item, that would only be true while their divine runes were intact. With their crystal core withered, those divine runes would fade away. This corpse was also worthless. Although its teeth and outer shell might possess some value, Long Chen didn't care too much about that. It was possible to refine it into some weapons or armor, but their power would be lower than that of divine items. Hence, he tossed it into the primal chaos space's black soil. Long Chen continued forward. Everything in front of him was pitch black, and he couldn't see the end. He was starting to get a bad feeling. These two magical beasts had died in a bizarre way. It made him feel like this cave was too dangerous. However, since he had already come here, he was unwilling to leave without getting to the bottom of the cave. He didn't dare to spread his spiritual strength to investigate what was going on here. He didn't want to disturb whatever was inside. Having completely suppressed his aura and his spiritual strength, he carefully advanced. The cave was extremely deep. Miles later, he found another corpse, and this time of a python. Its flesh had also vanished, leaving behind only its skeleton. There was still nothing valuable on its body. Putting away its corpse, Long Chen continued onward. This time, he didn't encounter a magical beast's corpse. If this cave hadn't been just one straight path, he would have thought that he had taken a wrong turn somewhere. He spent the better part of the day creeping forward carefully. Finally, he saw a faint glimmer of light in the distance. His guard rose as he slowly walked over. After a few more turns, he arrived at a large and spacious area. When he poked his head in to look around, a chill went through his body. Chapter 1813. fighting the metal-devouring evil dragon. Translator born to be. This large space was filled with skeletons. Long Chen looked and saw at least over 30 corpses, all belonging to 12th-rank magical beasts. Just seeing a single skeleton of a 12th-rank magical beast was already shocking enough, but seeing so many gathered together was another matter entirely. Long Chen suppressed his wildly beating heart, doing his best to stay calm. He crept forward and saw that this was a giant underground space. There were skeletons everywhere. In front of them was a giant stone pillar. There was a giant dragon skeleton coiled around it. This dragon skeleton looked like it had been made of gold. Divine light was still shining from it, illuminating this underground world. This golden skeleton was definitely a true member of the dragon race, not a drake. It had 2 horns on its head to distinguish it. This should be the metal-devouring evil dragon. It actually reached the death realm. It seems it forcibly broke through, and its longevity ran out, causing it to die here, said Evil Moon. The human race's nether passage realm had corresponding levels amongst 12th-rank magical beasts. There were 4 steps, stabilizing one's power upon entering the nether passage realm, the life realm, the death realm, and the samsara realm. The first step was essentially not even a realm. It didn't require comprehension, just some time. It was the latter 3 realms that were very difficult to cultivate. Each of them was a threshold that could result in death. Originally, Evil Moon had thought that this metal-devouring evil dragon had only reached the life realm, but unexpectedly, it had entered the death realm. However, it had exhausted its life energy while in the death realm, not possessing the ability to transform death into life. It had died, but its skeleton was perfectly preserved. Evil Moon, I don't think it's so simple. Based on my years of experience with bad luck, I smell something fishy, said Long Chen cautiously. It really is strange. Its skeleton is still perfect and its divine runes are still shining. That means its crystal core is still intact. Furthermore, look below its neck. Its reverse scale is still present and thrumming with dragon blood. That's what drew us over, said Evil Moon. Long Chen looked at where Evil Moon was pointing and noticed a golden scale floating in front of the skeleton's chest. Because its entire body was golden, that scale was covered up by the golden light. He hadn't noticed it at first. Most importantly, these skeletons are too bizarre. So many magical beasts died here. I feel like this is a... Suddenly the cave rumbled, and Long Chen felt something moving behind him. Looking back, he jumped. At some unknown time, the path behind him had vanished. He was stuck here. When Long Chen turned back, he saw that there was now a path behind the metal-devouring evil dragon. That path was precisely the one he had entered from. He had no idea what had happened, but he had been moved into a death trap without realizing it. If he wanted to get out, he would need to get past the metal-devouring evil dragon and the mountain of skeletons. Just at this moment, the giant dragon skeleton on the stone pillar began to move. Its dragon head slowly turned toward Long Chen, and its mouth let out a booming voice. I really didn't expect to smell such a familiar scent. Ha ha ha, amazing. If I can devour you, I should have enough life energy to rise from the dead and step into the samsara realm. The metal-devouring evil dragon's voice rang through the air. It was speaking the human language. Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. So you were playing dead, using your essence blood to draw these magical beasts over and then killing them for their life energy. Wrong. HMPH, the metal-devouring evil dragon race disdains feigning death. I simply failed while attempting to break through to samsara. My life energy was lacking, and even when I sacrificed my physical body, I was still unable to transform death into life. But then a few idiots began bumbling over here, attracted to my essence blood. Did they think they could take it? Even after failing my breakthrough, killing them was easy. But after absorbing their essence blood, I found that the life energy within them could allow me to attempt to break through again if I accumulated enough of it. Human race brat, you're very good in particular. You actually have true dragon essence blood on you, and it's so pure. Just who are you? The metal-devouring evil dragon's large eye cavities began to twinkle with a cold light. Who am I? If you want to know who I am, stand firm. I'm the 17,589th generation heir to the divine dragon race. My name is Long Chen, ancestor to all dragons. BOM. The metal-devouring evil dragon's eye suddenly unleashed a ray of divine light. This underground world shook intensely, and Long Chen's mindset quivered as an unmatched power invaded it. It was a golden sword that was trying to destroy his mindset. However, it had just appeared when the divine gate star activated. A ray of light shattered the golden sword. Fuck, can you at least let me finish speaking? Shouted Long Chen. To dare insult my dragon race, you have some guts. The metal-devouring evil dragon clearly wouldn't fall for Long Chen's lies. It opened its mouth, and a wave of golden light spread. Long Chen's soul immediately felt like it was about to break. It was like millions of needles were stabbing into his head. A sea of spiritual strength was crashing down on his mind-sea. However, with his divine gate star, that terrifying spiritual strength was unable to land a critical blow. No wonder those magical beasts were killed without being able to struggle. Your spiritual attacks are really vicious, said Long Chen. It's not just a spiritual attack. The dragon might make them unable to resist at all. However, it is useless against you. That's enough. Stop probing and kill it. Evil Moon didn't even wait for Long Chen. Its black marks lit up and an evil air filled this space. It was sucking Long Chen's spiritual yuan away. Split the heavens 6. Long Chen launched his strongest attack. Evil Moon rumbled, and it was like a bolt of black lightning crashing down on the waist of the metal-devouring evil dragon's skeleton. Its skeleton was cleanly cut in two. The metal-devouring evil dragon roared furiously. This is the aura of the dark evil dragon. You, a member of the grand dark evil dragons, have actually been refined into a weapon by humans. Evil Moon didn't reply. Its two dragon marks lit up, and killing intense soared as it attacked again. Boom! This time, its slash landed on the metal-devouring evil dragon's head. It was a heaven-shaking collision that caused Long Chen's hands to split open and bleed. Evil Moon itself went flying out of his grip. Dark evil dragon, don't you claim to be the emperor of the evil dragons? What happened to your dignity? What happened to your integrity? You're an insult to the evil dragon race. The metal-devouring evil dragon was infuriated. Although it only had half its body now, its sharp claws extended. Its claws looked like 4 golden hooks slamming toward Long Chen. Lightning flashed. Long Chen used the celestial lightning body blink to dodge this attack. As a result, its sharp claw landed against the wall, and this incredibly tough wall was cut through like it was tofu. Its sharp claws began to fly through the air as quick as lightning. Long Chen repeatedly dodged. Each time, those claws nearly struck him. It was incredibly dangerous as he weaved through the air. Just as it was crazily attacking Long Chen, Evil Moon suddenly slashed onto its neck, landing right on a joint. Its head came crashing down. Even once its head fell to the ground, its skeleton, which had now been split into 3 portions, suddenly began to move. All 3 segments reconnected. Long Chen splashed some of your essence blood onto its bones. Don't let it merge, shouted Evil Moon as it attacked again, sending the head flying. Long Chen didn't tarry. He flashed toward its neck and spat out a mouthful of blood. It landed on the bone. Long Chen was surprised to find that, when his essence blood landed on its bones, its original golden color rapidly transformed into a white color. His essence blood contained true dragon essence blood. That was an essence blood that suppressed all other dragons, including their dragon bloodlines. The metal-devouring evil dragon still had a bit of its essence blood in its skeleton, but when it encountered true dragon essence blood, it was instantly suppressed. It wasn't even able to unleash its divine abilities. Long Chen repeatedly flashed through the air, spitting out blood on the segments of the metal-devouring evil dragon's skeleton. It was no longer able to reconnect its body. Bastards, you can all die. The metal-devouring evil dragon's body seemed to have been sealed, leaving behind only its head. At this moment, it opened its mouth, and 72 sharp golden teeth stabbed toward Evil Moon like 72 swords. Boom! Evil Moon was sent flying by one of the teeth. The metal-devouring evil dragon's teeth were its toughest weapon. Evil Moon was actually unable to block them. With Evil Moon sent flying, another one of those teeth pierced toward Long Chen. It was fast, and there was nowhere for him to run. Chapter 18:14 Golden Dragon Teeth. Translator Born to Be. Little Heaven. Long Chen shouted, and the heaven-flipping seal appeared before him. It transformed into a giant divine seal that slammed forward. Boom! The entire underground world shuddered. The heaven-flipping seal was sent flying by the 72 golden dragon teeth, smashing into Long Chen's body. Long Chen coughed up blood. He felt like his entire body was about to collapse. These dragon teeth were all incredibly tough. Each one was as heavy as a star. If it hadn't been for the heaven-flipping seal, he'd have definitely died. Long Chen fled. He definitely couldn't allow himself to be struck by this attack again. Just at this moment, Evil Moon stabbed down from the air, inserting itself into the metal-devouring evil dragon's head and nailing it into the ground. "Long Chen, get over here. Use a dragon blood seal," shouted Evil Moon. Long Chen immediately appeared beside Evil Moon, and a blood-colored rune appeared on his forehead. This was the seal used to control magical beasts. He didn't quite know what Evil Moon was planning. Evil Moon absorbed the blood-colored rune and sent it into the metal-devouring evil dragon's head. "Bastard, my metal-devouring evil dragon race never submits to others." "Idiot, who wants you to submit?" Black chi suddenly burst out of Evil Moon. The golden head was quickly infected by that black chi. Cracks covered it. Finally, the metal-devouring evil dragon's skull shattered, and a giant crystal core appeared. Long Chen's blood-colored seal was on top of it. "I'll absorb its soul essence, and that will conveniently help you subdue these dragon teeth. Those are true treasures. Focus. Using the crystal core as a foundation, try to control the dragon teeth," said Evil Moon. Black chi continued to flow out of Evil Moon. It enveloped the golden crystal core, causing it to start turning black as well. The roaring of the metal-devouring evil dragon could still be heard coming from the crystal core, but it was unable to stop the invasion of the black chi. Its roaring gradually grew quieter. Just at this moment, the 72 golden dragon teeth in the air shuddered. A small blood-colored rune appeared on each of them. There was no need for Evil Moon to remind him. Long Chen formed hand seals, and his spiritual strength was fully activated. It poured into the crystal core, and the blood-colored runes on the 72 golden dragon teeth grew brighter and larger. In the end, every dragon tooth was completely covered in the blood-colored runes. After fully covering the dragon teeth, the blood-colored runes shrank until they left behind a small mark at the bottom of each tooth. "Success!" Long Chen laughed. He waved his hand, and the 72 dragon teeth began to revolve around his body like 72 sharp swords. "Ha ha ha, finally!" These dragon teeth were just like Xiang Yunfei's bone spears. However, the dragon teeth were far stronger. "These dragon teeth will be your weapons, so count yourself lucky. If you hadn't possessed dragon blood, there would have been no way for you to subdue them. But then, calling you lucky is a bit much. Your luck really is garbage. I ended up underestimating the metal-devouring evil dragon. If I hadn't been hiding my aura from the start, a sudden sneak attack from it would have resulted in us being buried here," said Evil Moon with some apprehension. It had been too dangerous. If Evil Moon hadn't severed the metal-devouring evil dragon's body at the start, causing it to lose a large portion of its combat power, they might have died. If it hadn't been cut apart, the complete metal-devouring evil dragon's power would have definitely been even greater. It wasn't claimed to be unrivaled in close combat for nothing. "Don't blame everything on my luck. Wasn't it all because of your own mistake of judgment? However, I won't blame you. As long as the results are good, it's fine," laughed Long Chen. He gripped one of the dragon teeth, and it shrank and grew according to his will. It was as cold as ice, a bone-chilling cold. Most importantly, its weight was absolutely shocking. They were even heavier than Evil Moon. Holding them with one hand was a bit too much. No wonder even the heaven-flipping seal with its immense defensive power was unable to block them, muttered Long Chen. The heaven-flipping seal was a defensive divine item, and since its item spirit was free to grow and unleash its power, it wasn't limited by Long Chen's cultivation base. It could be said to be his strongest defensive tool. However, even it almost failed today. Long Chen had almost been killed. The metal-devouring evil dragon's strongest point is its ability to gnaw on precious ores and grow stronger from their essence. That's why their teeth are natural treasures, and they stay with them for a lifetime. Since this metal-devouring evil dragon has reached the death realm, its teeth are definitely much stronger than most half-step divine items. However, without the crystal core, using them will require a great deal of Yuan spirit energy. Fortunately, your Yuan spirit is extremely powerful and capable of using them. You should take some time to nourish them with your soul and erase their vigilance toward you. They still have some remnants of their old master's will, but wiping that out shouldn't be difficult with your abilities, said Evil Moon. Long Chen nodded. He lovingly touched these golden dragon teeth for a while longer before putting them into his spiritual space. Once there, he used his spiritual strength to erase the lingering will of the metal-devouring evil dragon. After he was finished with that, he would nourish it, making the teeth feel better toward him. Other than the dragon teeth, he was also excited to have obtained an evil dragon's reverse scale. There was a large amount of evil dragon essence blood within it, and it contained all the energy it had been accumulating to attempt its breakthrough to the samsara realm. Now it had benefited Long Chen. The essence blood inside this reverse scale was enough for all the dragon blood warriors to use it. Once they refined the evil dragon essence blood, they would be true dragon blood warriors. You've taken the dragon teeth in reverse scale already, but don't forget the skeletons around. Of course, the metal-devouring evil dragon has sucked away the power of their flesh and crystal cores, so you'll only be able to use them as fertilizer. Before you start tidying up the battlefield, first absorb the metal-devouring evil dragon skeleton into your primal chaos space. I want to absorb its dragon marrow. Just wait, Long Chen. I'm going into seclusion, and after I'm done absorbing the dragon marrow, I'll show you my true power, laughed Evil Moon excitedly. This time, Long Chen and Evil Moon had both benefited. Long Chen had gained the 72 golden dragon teeth, which would become his strongest weapon, while Evil Moon had obtained the metal-devouring evil dragon skeleton. Its goal was its dragon marrow. Long Chen put the metal-devouring evil dragon skeleton into the primal chaos space. He found a secluded place for Evil Moon to calmly absorb it. Once Evil Moon absorbed its dragon essence, this corpse would be useless. Originally, Long Chen had also wanted the dragon claws, but Evil Moon had told him that it wasn't possible. The dragon claws were different from the dragon teeth. The claws didn't possess their own runes, so they weren't very useful. Most importantly, if he took away the dragon claws, the dragon marrow would no longer be complete. Only then did Long Chen learn that the dragon marrow was not just located in its spinal column, but throughout all of its bones. As for its teeth, rather than calling them bones, they were more like solid metal. They were the main tools the metal-devouring evil dragon used to eat its food. They might be priceless treasures to Long Chen, but they were useless to Evil Moon, so the two were taking what they each needed. After handling the metal-devouring evil dragon, Long Chen ran over to the mountain of skeletons. Just as Evil Moon said, they were essentially useless. All their energy had been sucked dry. They could only be used as fertilizer. Long Chen tossed them into the primal chaos space's black soil. Endless life energy filled the primal chaos space. That thick earth essence fruit tree didn't even need Long Chen to urge it on. It grew crazily. It was already several times larger than the original tree he had gotten it from, and it was covered with golden fruit that had already fully matured. The essence inside these fruits was also much greater than the original fruit that he had gathered. As for the world trees, they had already grown to their peak. They were no longer absorbing life energy. The dense life energy in the primal chaos space was condensing into mist. Seeing this, Long Chen was delighted. Based on his previous experience, when this mist reached its peak density, it would condense into divine life elixir. That was something that could instantly heal a person. It was a life-saving treasure. Although Celestials and Empyreans were capable of borrowing heavenly Tao energy to heal, it wasn't as fast as the divine life elixir, and it also used up more energy. After recovering a few times, they might have used up so much spiritual yuan that their combat power would drop. Seeing this scene in the primal chaos space, Long Chen thought that he would only need a few 12th-rank magical beast corpses to start condensing the divine life elixir. After cleaning up the battlefield, Long Chen looked through every corner of this space. He wanted to see if there were any other precious natural treasures in the metal-devouring evil dragon's lair. However, he didn't find anything. Only then did Long Chen return along his original path. He quickly saw the light of the outside world. When he exited the cave, he took a deep breath of fresh air. Although he hadn't spent that much time in the metal-devouring evil dragon's cave, the attack of its dragon teeth had almost taken his life. After brushing past death, he was refreshed by the sunlight. Just thinking about how close it had been made him apprehensive. The yin-yang world was truly dangerous. Just as Long Chen was stretching his waist, a golden cauldron appeared in the air, and divine light flowed out of it, enveloping Long Chen. Long Chen, hand over the treasures you got, and I can give you a quick death. A figure appeared on top of the cauldron, looking arrogantly down at Long Chen. Chapter 1815, The Power of the Dragon Teeth. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen had just walked out of the cave when a giant cauldron locked him down with its divine light. There was a man forming hand seals on top of the cauldron, and heavenly Tao energy was flowing around him. He was an extremely powerful Empyrean. He looked coldly at Long Chen. As long as he wished it, his cauldron would launch a fatal blow. It could be said that Long Chen had been careless to land in his trap. If Long Chen made any strange movements, it would draw a full-strength attack from him. This person was extremely skilled in lying in wait and launching sneak attacks. Since you know me, I can't quite understand why you would target me. Other than that, your robes belong to those of the righteous path. Why are you making yourself my enemy? Asked Long Chen indifferently. In this world, the ones who could con Long Chen were Heavenly Fate Island. Everyone else was just playing around futilely. The reason Long Chen had walked out so brazenly was precisely to see what this fellow was thinking. He was clearly from the righteous path, and since it was the Martial Heaven Alliance that commanded them, even if they weren't friends, they shouldn't be enemies. The man sneered, feeling that victory was already in his grasp. He confidently said, Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Do you think just your name would be able to scare off others? I'll tell you, if it weren't for Jianing's backing, you'd have long since been killed by others. Do you think you'd be able to act so unrestrained otherwise? I admit that in a one-against-one, I might not be your match, but you're so arrogant as to not even examine your surroundings with heavenly Tao energy. Oh wait, you're not even an Empyrean. He hadn't fought Long Chen before, but he had seen recordings of his fights, and he suddenly recalled that Long Chen wasn't an Empyrean. This guy had been drawn over by a certain aura within this cave, but as soon as he arrived, he sensed terrifying fluctuations from within. Those fluctuations had quickly calmed down, and he wisely deduced that there had to have been a large battle inside that had just wrapped up. So he had hidden himself to see if there was an opportunity to launch a trap. He had been pleasantly surprised to see Long Chen brazenly swagger out of the cave. That was a huge opportunity for him. Even if you aren't an Empyrean, you could have at least kept an eye on your surroundings spiritually. If you had, perhaps I wouldn't have attacked. However, you were too arrogant. Do you really think the Martial Heaven Alliance belongs to you? What stupidity! Hand over the treasures and I'll let you die a quick death, sneered the man. His heavenly Tao energy was growing stronger. Despite his absolute advantage and having Long Chen right in his trap, he was still on guard. Other than the lock of his divine item, he was also drawing over more heavenly Tao energy to make sure that Long Chen had no chance to escape. Long Chen shook his head. None of that is important. The important thing is that you are a disciple of the righteous path, but you are still attacking me. Are you not afraid of this matter being spread? The Alliance head would destroy your sect. That was the point that Long Chen did not understand. No matter how blinded by greed a person was, they wouldn't take such a huge risk. Haha, do you think the Martial Heaven Alliance is still the old Martial Heaven Alliance? It has long since stopped being united. Jining is being a tyrant, ignoring the opposition of the sects to protect you. She has long since made herself enemies amongst the Alliance. Our sects don't even need you to kick us out of the Alliance. We've already announced that we're leaving. Other than that, in the yin-yang world, who would know that I killed you? Even if they did, so what? Killing others for their treasures is normal in the yin-yang world. I can entirely say that you were the one after my treasures and wanted to kill me for them, so I had no choice but to strike back and accidentally killed you. HMPH, at that time, I might even be called a hero to the common people. Quite a few sects would probably come to thank me. Long Chen nodded. Yes, and most importantly, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. That's a pretty good idea worthy of taking this risk. You're wrong. This isn't risky at all. You're already locked down by my earth-suppressing soul cauldron. You are my prey caught in my trap, and there's no chance for you to reverse the tides. Every bit of your energy is under my watch. As soon as you move, my earth-suppressing soul cauldron will annihilate you. You are already a dead man, so I'd advise you to hand over your treasures quickly. If you do, I won't humiliate your corpse, said the man. His heavenly Tao energy had reached a peak. He was very crafty. He thought that Long Chen was stalling him, but he was also stalling to strengthen his heavenly Tao energy. His earth-suppressing soul cauldron was rumbling with power. It had truly sealed all of Long Chen's paths. Long Chen seemed to not see this man constantly strengthening his divine item. He said, well, I suppose I don't need to ask any more questions. This is a waste of time. Smart. That's right, there's no need to waste any more time. No one will come save you here. Hand over your treasures, first of all, that black saber of yours. Long Chen's evil moon was extremely famous within the Martial Heaven continent. Countless experts were greedy for it. No one had ever managed to figure out its origin, but they knew it was an extremely terrifying divine item. Sorry, it's still busy. How about I give you this? A small tooth suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. Its entire body was golden, and runes were flickering on it along with a strong evil air. That man was delighted to see such a treasure, but his expression immediately changed. Die. He noticed that this golden dragon tooth runes were rapidly growing brighter. A terrifying and fierce aura was rising, a sign that it was about to attack. Hence, he smashed his earth-suppressing soul cauldron at Long Chen. It was definitely an amazing divine item. Even amongst half-step divine items, it had to be amongst the top. It was no wonder he dared to attack Long Chen. "Sorry, I'm not tired of life yet." Long Chen indifferently smiled. His Yuan spirit appeared out of his head. Sitting in midair, his Yuan spirit formed hand seals. The golden dragon tooth explosively grew, piercing toward the earth-suppressing soul cauldron. Boom! Divine light exploded in the sky, mixed with a scream from that man. Bang! A giant cauldron smashed into the ground. Its runes had gone completely dim, and there was a hole in its bottom. That terrifying divine item had actually been pierced by the golden dragon tooth, and its item spirit had been slain in an instant. It was completely crippled. As for the golden dragon tooth, after piercing the cauldron, its golden light grew brighter, and it actually broke through the void trying to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Long Chen shouted, and his Yuan spirit formed new hand seals. A blood-colored rune lit up on the dragon tooth. After twitching a few times in the sky, it returned into his spiritual space. Long Chen hadn't expected the dragon tooth to devour the cauldron's item spirit to strengthen itself. After getting a bit stronger, it had instinctively tried to escape his control, but it was suppressed now. The golden dragon teeth actually had such instincts. It seemed that Long Chen would need to fully erase their wills before he could use them easily. Otherwise, they might try to attack him at any time. Such a weapon was meaningless to possess. On the other hand, its power was shockingly great. Evil Moon had said that the teeth of the metal-devouring evil dragons were the most valuable things on their bodies. Their value far surpassed all their essence blood, so even their reverse scale was ranked second behind their teeth. The sharpness of the dragon teeth was monstrous. It was no wonder Evil Moon had said that the dark evil dragon race, which was ranked number 1 amongst the evil dragons, still didn't dare to let metal-devouring evil dragons get close to them. If they were bitten, they would definitely be doomed. Long Chen put away the dragon tooth and looked at the man. He was currently screaming and clutching his head. Clearly, the destruction of his divine item's spirit had implicated his own soul. It was no different than having his soul torn apart. "I think we can properly talk now," said Long Chen. Suddenly, a yellow talisman appeared in that man's hand. He crushed it, and spatial energy surged around him. This was an extremely ancient transportation talisman that activated almost instantaneously. Regretfully, Long Chen was even faster. A lightning blade slashed through the air, cutting off the man's head. His body was transported away, but his head was now in Long Chen's hand. "Looks like you don't want to talk. All right, I'll find out for myself." Long Chen sent a lightning needle into his head. Chapter 18:16 Endless Magical Beast. Translator Born to Be. So that's what's going on. No wonder he didn't care about the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen had slain this person's Yuan spirit and gone through his memories. Although some memories were sealed, he still managed to gain some useful information from the fragments of his soul. That person's sect had already cast its lot with Pill Valley. As for Pill Valley, they had guaranteed that after their sect left the Martial Heaven Alliance, as long as they didn't attack the corrupt path wouldn't dare to touch a hair on their heads. That was the same as what Long Chen had predicted. Without that promise, they wouldn't dare to leave the Martial Heaven Alliance. The corrupt path was most likely watching from the sidelines. At least, based on the current state of the continent, the fracturing of the Martial Heaven Alliance was extremely beneficial to them. What the corrupt path feared was a united righteous path. Whether the righteous path was fully united by Jianying or Pill Valley, they would pose a fatal threat to them. However, now the righteous path was split between Pill Valley and Jianying. Neither of them was able to fully unite the righteous path, so the corrupt path was happy to just keep watching them shoot themselves in their collective feet. Through that person's memories, Long Chen had learned that it wasn't just Pill Valley. Even the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Xuanhuan beasts, and the other top forces of the continent had expressed that they would support any sects leaving the Martial Heaven Alliance, making them feel even safer. What a pack of fools. The righteous path is being split up and in the end it will be devoured bit by bit. Is a verbal guarantee worth anything? Are they going to spend their lives listening to them for survival? Sneered Long Chen. Perhaps there was more behind it, but no matter how many benefits had been given to those sects, it didn't change the fact that a fractured righteous path was much weaker. Once the righteous path was fractured, the righteous sects would lose more power and authority gradually. Like this, the entire world's power structure would change. Pill Valley seems to have grown restless. It seems the Huyan sect conducts its business better. Even now, the Huyan sect had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. They showed great farsightedness. While the state of the board was still chaotic, it was possible to obtain great profit, but it was also possible to lose everything. The arrival of the great era hadn't caused the Huyan sect to make any large movements. They were still waiting for their chance. They were acting in a much more stable manner than Pill Valley. Long Chen looked at the crippled cauldron on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to just leave it there. It was already fully broken. After all, his current status was no longer the same. If he brought it back to Xuanhuan, through Xuanhuan's tempering and dissolution process, he would be able to come out with some good materials, but it would be at most 1/100th of the materials that had gone into the cauldron. It wasn't worth it to waste so much effort for that. He took out a beast hide as well as a brush. He began to draw his own map. This map belonged to the expert he had just slain, and it recorded the places he had gone. Long Chen added the places he had gone to it. Within the yin-yang world, slowly probing the entire environment was the only option. It was also the simplest option. When two people encountered each other, they could share their maps. There would definitely be some areas that corresponded. Normally, as long as the two sides weren't mortal enemies, everyone would always choose to exchange maps. This was beneficial to everyone. Looking at the map, Long Chen cursed. This fellow had only encountered two 12th-rank magical beasts on his path. As for himself, he had encountered them over and over again. If it hadn't been for the protection of the heaven-devouring ants, he would have been trapped by magical beasts. He felt like he had fallen into a magical beast hive. Hopefully, Yi Lingshan wasn't so unlucky. Long Chen prayed for her, but considering the luck of an Empyrean, he felt that she should be fine. Without the heaven-devouring ants, he had to be more careful. Evil Moon was focused on devouring the dragon marrow and couldn't help him for now. As for the dragon teeth, their will had not been erased, so they weren't too useful yet. The heaven-flipping seal had just used up the majority of its energy. Right now, he had lost many of his trump cards and needed to be more careful. As he carefully advanced, he kept his aura fully suppressed. He encountered quite a few terrifying auras, but this was Long Chen's first time obediently detouring around them all. What made Long Chen speechless was that the area he was going through was filled with 12th-rank magical beasts. Sometimes, there was only 1,000 miles between two of the magical beasts. This was extremely rare. A 12th-rank magical beast's attack could cover tens of thousands of miles, so such a short distance was clearly threatening. However, they were all living peacefully. That was a bizarre scenario. Something must be up with this region. Long Chen came to a quick conclusion. If these were all magical beasts of the same race, perhaps it would be possible, but they were all of different breeds. Although he didn't dare to get too close to them, just based on his spiritual perception, he could sense a subtle balance between these magical beasts. It was a strange feeling. It's too bad Meng Qi isn't here or she'd be able to find some clues. I'll have to record this place. Meng Qi and the others should be entering soon. Once they're in, we'll come together. Long Chen made a mental note of this. The further he went, the more concentrated these magical beasts became. He felt like he had truly entered a hive of magical beasts. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen carefully crept toward a phoenix lying on a large mountain. One of its giant eyes suddenly opened, and it glanced at Long Chen before actually ignoring him. Is that one sleeping? These magical beasts are definitely not normal. It seems they've come to an agreement not to disturb each other. Long Chen brazenly repeated this experiment on a white wolf. When he got close, it still continued lying on the ground. Looking at this wolf, a trace of sorrow appeared in his heart. He thought of Little Snow. Little Snow's crystal core was currently being nourished in the myriad spirit diagram. According to Meng Qi, the myriad spirit diagram was a marvel that was constantly strengthening Little Snow's crystal core. It was like a seed being constantly strengthened by the myriad spirit diagram's miraculous energy. If Long Chen could subdue a 12th-rank magical beast, it would even be possible to merge Little Snow's crystal core with it and take over its body. Long Chen was a bit moved upon seeing this wolf, but he decided against it. This place was surrounded by 12th-rank magical beasts, and wanting to fight it one against one was impossible. Furthermore, the intelligence of magical beasts wasn't high. If Little Snow was affected and its intelligence dropped, that would be terrible. A magical beast wasn't his target. Magical beasts weren't very talented. They were mostly limited by their breeds. If a magical beast's limit was the 9th rank, then it would never be able to break through to the 10th rank. Little Snow had previously broken through its limits repeatedly, resulting in a mutation. But even a mutation had its limits. In the end, it was unable to break through any further and took a curse for Long Chen, dying. So Long Chen didn't want this to happen again. He wanted a powerful Xuanhuan beast for Little Snow to take over, something on the level of true immortal Jioki, and preferably a wolf-type Xuanhuan beast. Long Chen got even closer to the wolf. It glared at Long Chen, baring its fangs threateningly, but it didn't make a sound. I have no evil intentions, I just want to take a look. I won't say or do anything. Long Chen waved his hand to it, indicating that he wasn't threatening it. He had just come to see what was going on. Although the intelligence of magical beasts was very low, with the 9-star Hegemon body art, Long Chen was able to clearly convey his own will to others. This wolf should be able to sense what he was trying to say. As he had thought, the wolf's guard lowered slightly. It looked at Long Chen, who was like a mosquito to it. It seemed it truly felt like there was no threat. Only then did Long Chen climb up a tall tree. A chill ran through his back. He saw giant magical beasts covering this land. Some of them were so huge that they blocked his sight, so he couldn't get a look at the core. He ran over to the wolf. "Hey, can you help me out?" Long Chen offered a medicinal pill. It was a spirit awakening pill, a 10th-tier giant pill filled with spirituality. It was one of the top-grade pills he had stolen from Pill Valley. The spirit awakening pill was used for increasing the intelligence of magical beast housepits. It would make it easier for them to fight alongside their master. Although it wouldn't make them as intelligent as a human, it still had some effect. Considering that it was a 10th-tier pill, it wasn't that effective for a 12th-rank magical beast, but its spiritual fluctuations made the wolf's eyes brighten. Long Chen tossed it into its mouth. The wolf hesitated, but its intuition told it that this was something good. It swallowed the pill. Without another word, Long Chen climbed up the wolf's head. Standing on its giant head, he had an even greater view. When he looked into the distance, he almost staggered off the wolf's head. Chapter 18, 17 Scarlet Blood Spirit Fish. Translator Born to Be. Even with Long Chen's guts, he jumped. There was a circular mountain area in the distance, and there were powerful magical beasts around it for tens of thousands of miles. They had gathered neatly around the mountain. They had their eyes closed, seeming to be absorbing something. Amongst them were various breeds, but they were all 12th-rank magical beasts. Even without using his spiritual strength, Long Chen was able to sense their terrifying auras. The ones closest to the ring were the most terrifying. If these magical beasts were to invade the Martial Heaven continent, it would be the apocalypse. Long Chen gulped. He had an urge to fly over and see what was going on in that circular mountain, but he suppressed that crazy urge. He couldn't even count how many terrifying magical beasts were surrounding it. The closest ones weren't as orderly as the ones where he was. Instead, they were randomly laying about. What is going on? Long Chen was befuddled. There were so many 12th-rank magical beasts here, motionless. He slowly slid down the wolf. This place was too strange. Even he didn't dare to go any further and decided to make a detour. Once Long Chen was off, the wolf stood up. Perhaps it had been kneeling for too long, hence it stretched, its huge mouth opening as wide as possible. However, it didn't make any sound at all. It seemed that all the magical beasts here had agreed not to make any unnecessary sound. That's when it stood. Long Chen suddenly noticed a hole in the ground beneath it. Bursts of immortal spiritual qi were coming from it. Before he could get a closer look, the wolf knelt again, blocking it. It looked at Long Chen for a moment before closing its eyes and meditating again. Are they using the energy here to cultivate? Long Chen felt like he had seen the truth. It was no wonder they were so neatly spread out. They were absorbing that mysterious energy. As for the powerful magical beasts surrounding the circular mountain, they had probably taken the best spots. Long Chen hesitated. He pushed apart the wolf's fur and tried to get underneath it, wanting to investigate this hole. Perhaps there was some treasure within. However, he had just moved when the wolf pushed Long Chen aside. It glared at Long Chen, baring its fangs at him. "I just want to take a look. I won't disturb your cultivation," said Long Chen. Unfortunately, the wolf continued to bare its fangs at him menacingly. "Fuck, with just this intelligence, you are only capable of being a magical beast. That spirit awakening pill isn't able to pierce your wooden head." Long Chen was speechless. This wolf didn't understand him at all, or perhaps even if it did, it wouldn't trust him. He could only leave. Long Chen went in another direction, slowly making a detour around this area of magical beasts. The further he went, the less common they became. That actually made him even more careful. Now that he was further away, these magical beasts wouldn't have any misgivings about attacking him if he entered their territory. As he was traveling, Long Chen suddenly looked to the left. He sensed the aura of a human expert. "Who's there?" Long Chen had just gotten closer when Sword Chi slashed toward him. He easily dodged. "I'm not here to attack you. I came to exchange maps," said Long Chen indifferently. "Oh, you're injured." So it was senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The person Long Chen had sensed was a wary man. He sighed when he saw Long Chen. His face turned pale as his attempt at acting tough to cover up his injuries vanished. His aura became chaotic. "What happened?" asked Long Chen. He handed over a medicinal pill. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, this is too precious. If you just guard me for 4 hours, I can fully recover." That disciple was stunned when he looked at that medicinal pill. It was a top 10th tier medicinal pill. Although he was also a disciple of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Martial Heaven Alliance was immense, and it wasn't as if he had had any past relations with Long Chen. He was too embarrassed to accept. "I don't have that much time to guard you, just take it. After exchanging maps we can hurry up with searching. Based on how much time has passed, the yin-yang world should be fully open soon. A huge wave of people will be entering, so our chances of finding treasures will drop," said Long Chen, directly tossing the pill to him. The disciple gratefully accepted the pill and swallowed it. Rumbling sounds came from his body. His manifestation appeared behind him, and his injuries rapidly healed. The disciple immediately took out his map, while Long Chen took out his. The two of them examined them and quickly confirmed where they met up. "Don't go here. This place is filled with terrifying magical beasts. When you exchange maps in the future, if they're on our side, warn them of this. If they're enemies, say that there are magical beasts gathered here and it's very bizarre. The situation is unclear, but there might be treasures," said Long Chen. The disciple nodded. After hesitating, he said, "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I have something to say that I don't know if I should mention." "If you have something to say, then just say it. We're all busy." "Well, I actually removed one spot from this map. That place, there are treasures." "Of course you wouldn't share where the treasures are with others. I wouldn't share it either," said Long Chen indifferently. From this person's injuries, Long Chen had guessed that he had been attacked by others due to treasures. Treasures that someone else found were their matter, so Long Chen wasn't angry. "Speaking of, it really shames me. I'll make a long story short. I saw a giant lake in that direction. There were scarlet blood spirit fish from the ancient legends inside that lake." Scarlet blood spirit fish. The ones that legends say can revive a person's bloodline and make their spirit blood surge. The scarlet blood spirit fish capable of reviving the power of one's ancestors. "Yes, them." Now Long Chen couldn't remain as calm as before. Those fish were treasures from ancient times. They were like catfish, but their entire bodies were as red as blood. In the Martial Heaven continent, they had long since gone extinct. In fact, their entire existence was a legend. People suspected whether or not they had ever existed. Even in the ancient era, the scarlet blood spirit fish was an extremely rare existence. They were life forms with their own spirituality. Although they didn't possess any attacking power, they were very smart. The legend said that they only lived in environments with the purest spiritual chi. If the spiritual chi was too sparse, they would die. Just based on their living environment, there was no way they could survive in a world like the Martial Heaven continent. Even with spirit gathering formations, it wasn't enough. The Martial Heaven continent's spiritual chi was no longer pure enough. That was why Long Chen was so shocked to hear this disciple mention them. The scarlet blood spirit fish could greatly help him and the dragon blood legion. The fish were able to excavate the greatest and most ancient power of a person's bloodline. That was practically a heaven-defying ability. "I noticed the lake first, and I spent 5 full days luring one of the scarlet blood spirit fish. But as soon as it came out of the water, a bastard from the ancient race's sneak attacked me. If I didn't have armor protecting me, I'd have probably died. However, not only was I heavily injured, but he even snatched away the scarlet blood spirit fish," said the disciple hatefully. Now Long Chen had understood. This disciple had definitely been extremely excited at that time, while his sneak attacker was someone of great patience, having attacked at the very moment this disciple had succeeded. For him to have survived that sneak attack was already impressive. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I wonder." The disciple didn't know how to actually ask the question he wanted to. Long Chen laughed. Let's go. I won't let you leave with nothing for such valuable information. Of course, the prerequisite is that we can obtain some of those scarlet blood spirit fish. I'm confident. To tell the truth, the scarlet blood spirit fish are extremely important to me. My ancestral bloodline has completely declined. If I could use the scarlet blood spirit fish to revive it, I would be able to bring honor to my ancestors. It's my greatest wish in life. My father is already so old, but he still used his life and death energy to send me through. I hope you won't laugh at me for being stingy, said the disciple awkwardly. The two of them began flying through the air. Long Chen naturally wouldn't bother him over this. The scarlet blood spirit fish was incredibly precious, and he also wouldn't share information about them with others for free. What's your name? Sorry, I am Hua Ziguang from the Violet Light Sword Sect. The Western Chuan region's Violet Light Sword Sect is quite famous. Based on your name, your sect must have great hopes for you. Long Chen nodded. He had heard of this sect, as there were very few sword cultivator sects with any fame other than the Heavenly Sword Gate. Long Chen was about to ask about the situation in the Western Chuan region, or more precisely, what had that fellow Mo9 been up to, but suddenly, the mountain range in front of them ended. A lake appeared with immortal mist curled around it. The spiritual chi here was so dense that just taking a breath would refresh a person's entire body. Bastard, so you're still here. Hua Ziguang suddenly let out a furious roar. His sword came out of its sheath, and a violet sword light erupted, attacking a person at the lakeside. His name Ziguang means violet light. Chapter 18:18 The Fishing Plan. Translator Born to Be. Hua Ziguang let out a furious roar, and his sword let out a streak of light at the red-haired man on the lakeside. Even after being defeated, you dare to send yourself to your death. Today I'll. That red-haired man sneered upon seeing that violet sword light. However, within that endless sword light, he suddenly saw a black-robed man looking at him indifferently. His pupils shrank. Long Chen. Boom! Hua Ziguang's sword fell. The red-haired man had hastily dodged, while his own whip appeared, unleashing waves that prevented Hua Ziguang from approaching him. Sorry, we're busy. The red-haired man rapidly retreated as he summoned his power. His heavenly Tao energy was soaring, but a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him, making his hair stand on end. At some unknown point, Long Chen had appeared behind him. He had no time to even wonder how Long Chen had gotten past his whip. Hence, he swung his whip at Long Chen. His whip had just moved when a scale-covered hand caught it. He suddenly felt a jolt of numbness. Terrifying thunder force was actually coming out of Long Chen's hand. The power the red-haired man had been about to use to activate his divine item was interrupted. He pulled as hard as he could, but he found that he couldn't budge his whip. Just at this moment, violet sword light pierced through his head. The red-haired man's aura vanished. Hua Ziguang's attack had even killed his Yuan spirit. Nice attack, Long Chen smiled. He had been very close to the red-haired man, but Hua Ziguang's attack had stopped just 3 inches from Long Chen's head. However, Long Chen didn't even blink. The red-haired man's corpse fell from the sky, and Hua Ziguang shook his head. Without you, I would have less than 30% chance of defeating him. As for killing him, there would probably be no hope at all. I can't accept your praise. All right, no need for pleasantries. Look around to see if that scarlet blood spirit fish of yours is still alive, or whether it has been turned to crap. Hua Ziguang hastily flipped through the red-haired man's spatial ring. He found quite a few treasures, but no scarlet blood spirit fish. Hua Ziguang suddenly stabbed through the red-haired man's heart, and there was a scarlet sheen to the flowing fresh blood. He cursed, "This bastard ate the scarlet blood spirit fish already. How hateful." This fellow had actually eaten it directly. It had to be known that a spiritual treasure like the scarlet blood spirit fish had to be consumed along with many other special medicines in order to fully stimulate its spiritual nature. Eating it directly meant that over 50% of its energy would be wasted. Thinking of that, Hua Ziguang had an urge to tear this corpse into 1,000,000 pieces. This bastard definitely learned how I had lured the scarlet blood spirit fish, so he didn't want to leave, said Hua Ziguang. He looked at some leftover bait of his that was on the ground. Long Chen glanced at it and saw over 10 kinds of precious fruits and flowers crushed and pasted together. Hua Ziguang was quite smart to use this method. The scarlet blood spirit fish only liked to eat other things with great spirituality. Moreover, Hua Ziguang had also used a very tiny bamboo hook, as a metal hook was definitely unable to attract the scarlet blood spirit fish. As for the red-haired man, someone from the ancient races definitely wouldn't understand something like this. He probably didn't even recognize the ingredients in the bait. Long Chen also saw a sharp hook that the red-haired man had just made, most likely to imitate Hua Ziguang. There's a formation around this lake, correct? Long Chen looked at the vast lake. Yes, it's protected by a strange formation, and if you enter the water, your spiritual yuan will be sucked away very quickly. Even your spiritual strength and yuan spirit energy will rapidly run out. You'll die within an incense stick's worth of time. Furthermore, you can't attack the lake. I tested it and almost got killed by a rain of water arrows, said Hua Ziguang apprehensively. Long Chen couldn't help being lost in thought. Now he was feeling that the yin-yang world was truly bizarre. How could a masterless world have such a formation protecting a lake? He looked at the lake, then he thought of the circular mountain surrounded by magical beasts. Everything was so bizarre. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, let's fish together. With us working together, our chances should improve. Right now, we don't have to worry about others competing against us, so we should have pretty good odds. Hua Ziguang had already made several hooks, all made of bamboo. Even his string was made of the finest fibers at the bottom of tree bark. Long Chen hadn't expected Hua Ziguang to be such a craftsman. This kind of fishing method has a very low chance of success. Furthermore, more and more people will be coming as time passes. With so many people from various powers coming, these scarlet blood spirit fish will definitely flee when they sense their killing intent. Long Chen shook his head. According to Yan Nanshan, the Nether Passage experts had sacrificed so much of their life and death energy to send only the best of the best inside the yin-yang world, just to get them 10 to 15 days of golden treasure hunting time. During this time, the number of people within the yin-yang world was very low. Hence, their chances of having to fight over treasures were also low. This was the best time to gain some benefits. Once a huge mass of experts entered, there would be opposition. Sometimes an enemy might just destroy a treasure that they couldn't obtain just so you also couldn't obtain it. Cooking a good stew wasn't easy, but ruining it was simple. All you had to do was toss a ball of dung inside. This was the 9th day since they had entered the yin-yang world. Time was going too quickly. It had taken Long Chen several days to get around the nest of magical beasts. His time had been wasted. If people started entering tomorrow, then there was no chance to succeed with Hua Ziguang's method. Any expert from the ancient races, corrupt path, or the Xuanhuan beasts could just toss a stone in the water, shout, or release the slightest killing intent, and it would scare away the scarlet blood spirit fish. Then what do we do? If we don't do anything, we won't have any chance at all, said Hua Ziguang anxiously. Here, use the tree bark to make a net. We'll net the fish, said Long Chen. What? The scarlet blood spirit fish are very slippery. That kind of net won't catch them. They'll run, said Hua Ziguang. It's fine. The main thing is the bait. I'm an alchemist and I can make a bait that they can't resist. Once they eat it, they'll fall asleep. Once there's enough of them, we'll pull up the net, said Long Chen. All right, then I'll listen to you. Hua Ziguang still followed Long Chen's instructions even though he doubted them. He flew to the forest and began stripping a tree bark. Based on Long Chen's design, he was weaving a net. Long Chen was very familiar with this kind of net. When he was young, he was constantly bullied. Without any companions, he always stealthily ran over to the outskirts. Having often seen fishermen fishing, he knew a great deal about this kind of fish trap. Once the fish entered the trap, the design made it difficult for them to leave. The inside was like a maze with only one exit. Hua Ziguang was creating the trap, while Long Chen was picking out special spiritual ingredients from the primal chaos space. It included seeds, flowers, and fruit. The scarlet blood spirit fish possessed great spirituality and only liked other things with great spirituality. This was something Long Chen understood even better than Hua Ziguang. He picked out the best ingredients. Mashing them together, he made a flower ring. It looks like a floral wreath. Well, that's fine. Long Chen wasn't very satisfied with his own craftsmanship, but he decided that it was good enough. With the flower ring complete, Long Chen also began refining some powders. He sprinkled them on the flower ring, and it began absorbing the powders. Long Chen was done quickly, but Hua Ziguang was still busy working, so Long Chen joined him. They quickly finished the fish trap. After finding a place near the shore with deep water, they slowly dropped the fish trap. There was a single long string the thickness of an egg attached to it. It was very sturdy. The water was clearly clear, and with their vision, they were able to see the bottom of the lake. They quickly saw 2-foot-long figures flit out of a crack at the bottom and swim over to Long Chen's flower ring. They've appeared, exclaimed Hua Ziguang. However, his excitement seemed to have startled the two scarlet blood spirit fish, and they vanished back into the cracks at the bottom. Your emotional fluctuations will be sensed by them. Calm down. Long Chen patted Hua Ziguang on the shoulder. Sorry, I know. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. About an incense stick's worth of time later, those two scarlet blood spirit fish swam back up. However, this time they were very wary. They swam back and forth, moving as quick as lightning. After swimming around the trap several times, they finally slowly swam inside. They quickly reached the end. They swam around the flower ring a few times before carefully touching the fruit and petals Long Chen had added. When the first one finished eating a small petal, its movements became sluggish. The other one was also starting to react to the medication Long Chen had added. Just as Hua Ziguang's heartbeat was quickening from excitement, Long Chen lightly pressed a hand against his back. His powerful spiritual yuan sealed all the fluctuations coming from Hua Ziguang's body. Don't get emotional. You'll scare them off. Chapter 1819, Birdman of the Ancient Races. Translator Born to Be. Hua Ziguang couldn't help being shocked. When Long Chen patted him on the back, he didn't have any ability to resist. His spiritual yuan was completely suppressed. For a person to completely suppress another person's spiritual yuan, they would need at least several times the amount of spiritual yuan the other person possessed. Although Hua Ziguang was also a disciple belonging to one of the top powers within the Martial Heaven Alliance, he couldn't fully trust Long Chen. However, this one move showed him that if Long Chen wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have any ability to resist. Now he knew just how terrifying the Devil King of the Eastern Wasteland was. Long Chen pulled on the fish net. It quickly reached the surface with 7 scarlet blood spirit fish inside. Hua Ziguang was delighted. He had spent an exorbitant amount of effort just to get one, but Long Chen had gotten 7 so quickly. Of the 7 scarlet blood spirit fish, 3 were large and 4 were small. The large ones were around a foot long, while the smaller ones were only 3 inches long. It went without saying that Hua Ziguang's craftsmanship was amazing. Even these small fish hadn't been able to escape his net. Upon being dragged out of the water, the scarlet blood spirit fish seemed to lose their agility and nimbleness. They were still sluggish, with the medicinal effects having not yet faded. Hua Ziguang took out a wooden barrel and carefully released them within, adding some of the lake water. This way, they wouldn't die too quickly. They should be able to survive at least a month. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can keep them. Hua Ziguang respectfully handed them to Long Chen. They had been caught by him. He was worried that Long Chen would be irritated if he took them. You can keep them. Long Chen waved his hand. He had already examined these fish. The larger the scarlet blood spirit fish, the more essence they had. The smaller ones were no good. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, let's continue releasing the net and catch some more. When others come, they'll disturb us, and it'll be almost impossible to catch more, pressed Hua Ziguang upon seeing Long Chen looking around instead of releasing the net again. This is the border. The fish are too small. Let's go test some deep areas. Long Chen began flying over to the center of the lake. The lake was so large that they couldn't see the end of it. Long Chen and Hua Ziguang flew for 2 hours without seeing the other side. Long Chen finally felt that this was enough and released the net. He suddenly found that the string they had to drag the net back was too short. Fortunately, Hua Ziguang was smart and had stored more of the tree bark. He rapidly made more rope, and the net quickly reached the bottom. It only took a few breaths' time before a mass of scarlet blood spirit fish appeared at the bottom. Hua Ziguang hastily formed hand seals, completely suppressing his own aura without Long Chen needing to remind him. He spiritually said, Heavens, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, there are so many of them and they're so big. Even his spiritual voice was quivering with excitement. These scarlet blood spirit fish were giant. At the very least, there were thousands of them, and the larger ones were 3 feet long. Long Chen was also delighted. However, he quickly found that things weren't working. The large fish entered the net and left sullenly because the net was too small to allow them to reach the bait. Only a few of them ate the bait and were trapped. He quickly pulled up the net, startling any remaining fish away. Only a dozen of them were caught inside, having eaten the bait. However, all of them were over a foot long. The larger ones were 2 feet long with astonishing blood chi. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we've struck gold. 10 fish on this level are enough to fully awaken a person's bloodline power, exclaimed Hua Ziguang. The giant scarlet blood spirit fish probably took several centuries to grow so long. If they sent the net down again, they would obtain enough for the two of them to use. At this time, a portion of the net had been broken by the larger fish. Hua Ziguang was about to repair it when he was stopped by Long Chen. You can keep these fish. As for the net, I'm not using it anymore. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, these fish should be enough for you, so there's no need for you to risk any more danger. I'm preparing to use a different method to fish, and it might be risky, so you can leave. Long Chen had found that this method was insufficient to catch the largest fish. He also didn't have time to create a larger, sturdier net. He wanted to take a risk before more people came. Furthermore, he not only needed large fish, but he needed an incredible amount of them, or there wouldn't be enough for the Dragon Blood warriors. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, how can you say that? If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have got even one. I know how to repay kindness. If you think I'll leave just because of some danger, aren't you looking down on me? Said Hua Ziguang. Having received Long Chen's favor and gaining such a treasure, how could he leave him now? No, you misunderstand. That's all right, you can stay. Help guard me. If anyone gets close, have them scram so that they don't disturb the fish. If they don't listen to your warning, kill them. Can you do that? Asked Long Chen. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone disturb you. Hua Ziguang patted his chest. He had to pay back his debt of the 20+ fish that Long Chen had given him. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at peace. Even if he knew that he might die in battle soon, he was duty-bound not to turn back. All right, then stay in the air and keep an eye on the surroundings. Long Chen's mind sank into the primal chaos space. He cut off several branches from a world tree, forming a canoe. He then applied a lot of medicinal powders and crushed spiritual pills onto the bottom of the boat. He wanted to bait the scarlet blood spirit fish to him. Once he was done with this, he inscribed runes onto the bottom of the canoe with the powders. These runes could fully unleash the odor of the medicinal powders and also keep their essence within the runes. Once this was done, Long Chen released the canoe onto the lake. He crushed a large mass of medicinal pills and released them slowly into the water. Very quickly, a shocking scene appeared. Countless scarlet blood spirit fish began slowly swimming out of the bottom of the lake and toward Long Chen. This time, Long Chen had used over 700 kinds of fragrant powders, as well as various spiritual fruits and flowers. These all posed a fatal attraction to the scarlet blood spirit fish. Heavens, is that a fish king? Up in the sky, Hua Ziguang saw it clearly. Long Chen's position was covered in blood-colored figures, but now a giant fish 3 meters long had appeared. 1, 2, 3. There were over 10 of those giant fish now. Long Chen was delighted. Those fish kings were the real treasure that he wanted. Just as he was about to pull them in, a figure suddenly flew through the air. He had a pair of wings on his back and an eagle's nose. He was clearly from the ancient races. Friend, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens. That ancient race expert had just appeared, and hadn't even gotten close before Hua Ziguang appeared in front of him. He ignored Hua Ziguang, looking at where Long Chen was. There are actually scarlet blood spirit fish, ha. The ancient race expert laughed loudly, his aura erupting. Killing intent filled the air. Hua Ziguang was startled and infuriated. He slashed his sword at this expert, but he simply sneered. Long Chen, you want to get the scarlet blood spirit fish. Keep dreaming. The ancient race expert refused to fight with Hua Ziguang. After unleashing his killing intent, he soared into the sky, vanishing like a phantom. Once his killing intent was released, those scarlet blood spirit fish that Long Chen had lured over were instantly startled away. They fled, vanishing without a trace. The speed at which they fled defied imagination. Bastard! Upon seeing that many scarlet blood spirit fish be frightened away by that ancient race expert, Hua Ziguang's expression was ugly. Sorry, I'm too useless. I should have directly killed him instead of warning him, apologized Hua Ziguang. He was ashamed. Even if you had attacked without a warning, it would have been the same. Your killing intent would have frightened off the scarlet blood spirit fish. They're too wary. Long Chen shook his head. He wasn't that angry. Things rarely went smoothly for him in the first place. He was used to it. Then what should we do now? That bastard is too fast. He might come back in a bit, said Hua Ziguang worriedly. He really is troublesome. His ability at running is quite amazing, but his actual power isn't very great. For someone like him to appear, it means there's a problem. Maybe the gate to the yin-yang world has already fully opened, and other experts are pouring in. How's this? You go in the direction that he fled to guard. I feel like he most likely went to inform other experts from the ancient races. I will try to lure the fish over one more time, while also using a soul art to try to hypnotize them. This time there can't be any failure. If you see anyone from the ancient races, you know what to do. Long Chen took a deep breath. Forming hand seals, his spiritual strength spread rapidly. He tossed entire medicinal pills into the lake. Chapter 1820, Long Chen's Anger. Translator born to be. Long Chen's spiritual strength sank into the water along with the medicinal pills. He felt his spiritual strength rapidly running out. This lake was extremely strange. Fortunately, Long Chen's spiritual strength was strong enough to last for a while. As the medicinal pills sank to the bottom, through his soul, Long Chen noticed that the bottom of the lake was a land of rocky caves like a bee's nest, yet it was also like coral. These stones had strange marks on them, not looking natural. There was an endless flow of spiritual chi coming out of the rocks. Is this lake something someone specifically set up to raise the scarlet blood spirit fish? Long Chen had a sudden thought. The formations and rules of this lake were strangely and coincidentally set up for these fish. If that was the case, who was the master? There were oddities everywhere in the yin-yang world. Long Chen sent one of the pills into one of the caves. Through it, he could even see some of the scarlet blood spirit fish hiding in the depths of the cave. These scarlet blood spirit fish were hiding in their own secluded caves, but as he went deeper into the cave system, he saw that the caves grew larger, as did the scarlet blood spirit fish living within them. The fish eyed his pill. They swam around it, but they didn't eat it. He knew that these fish were sensing danger because his spiritual strength was attached to it. They were truly sensitive. His strand of spiritual strength was extremely well hidden, but they could still sense it. Fish brothers, please hurry, otherwise more idiots will be coming to disturb us. We don't have much time. Long Chen prayed inside. However, the scarlet blood spirit fish refused to bait. All of Long Chen's urging had no use. Finally, one of the scarlet blood spirit fish that was about a foot long swallowed one of the pills in one bite. After devouring it, it quickly returned to hide in its cave. With the first one taking a bite, the others quickly gobbled up the rest. They also warily returned to their caves after swallowing the pills. Long Chen's pills continued to spread, and more of the scarlet blood spirit fish devoured them. These were all pills containing precious medicinal ingredients of great spirituality. They were naturally great bait. Finally, one of the fish kings that was 3 meters long lowered its guard enough to swallow these pills. Seeing this, Long Chen was delighted. The fish king didn't feel anything strange after devouring the pills, but as the pills gradually dissolved inside the fish's bodies, they began to feel sleepy, almost as if they were intoxicated. They began slowly swimming to the surface. These fish had their minds muddled after consuming his pills. The trace of spiritual strength he had left on the medicinal pills was now controlling their souls, making them swim up. One of the fish kings flopped out of the water, landing in his little boat. It lay there motionlessly. I'll have to think of something. Long Chen had a sudden thought. The fish king vanished, reappeared in his spiritual space. Its soul had been controlled by him, and it was like his housebit. Just at this moment, the heaven-flipping seal released a wave of light that enveloped the fish king in his spiritual space. The fish king vanished along with the heaven-flipping seal. The heaven-flipping seal entered the primal chaos space. When it did, Long Chen almost cheered. The scarlet blood spirit fish really had been brought into the primal chaos space, and it was still alive. It didn't seem affected at all. It was still well and alive. Yes, this is great. Long Chen was ecstatic. The primal chaos space let him grow vegetation, but living magical beasts couldn't enter. This time he was just experimenting, but it had really succeeded. He immediately created a 10-mile empty pool in the primal chaos space. A large wooden barrel began drawing the lake's water into the primal chaos space. Before, Xuanhuan had said that the lake water was special. It could be gathered slowly, but if he went too quickly, it would touch upon the laws of this place. After dozens of barrels of water, there was a small pool of water. He released the fish king inside it and loosened his control. At first it panicked, swimming around chaotically. It even jumped onto land and flopped several times before returning to the pool. Once there, it quickly calmed down. It seemed it didn't dislike the environment of the primal chaos space. After all, the spiritual chi inside was very dense. The scarlet blood spirit fish calmed down, delighting Long Chen. He had no time to take out any more water because the rest of the pills he had thrown out had been eaten. His spiritual strength circulated. and thousands of scarlet blood spirit fish began swimming toward his boat because he was controlling their souls. One after another, the Fish King appeared out of the water. Long Chen drew them into his spiritual space, while the heaven-flipping seal brought them into the primal chaos space. More and more of them were surrounding Long Chen. They were jumping into his boat. The first ones he gathered were the Fish King. The small pool in the primal chaos space grew quickly. The Fish Kings flopped chaotically, some flying far away. Fortunately, the spiritual chi in the air of the primal chaos space was so dense that even on land, they had enough spiritual chi to absorb and wouldn't die. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed. He sensed the power of a divine item erupting. Someone had come, and Hua Ziguang was most likely attacking. Bastard, Long Chen cursed inside. These scarlet blood spirit fish were special beasts, and controlling them with his spiritual strength was a delicate task. Too much spiritual strength and they would die. Moreover, the dead ones would have their essence quickly fade away. Controlling them had been like using a giant plier to do embroidery. He was surrounded by scarlet blood spirit fish, but if he tried to gather them all at once, all he would obtain was a pile of dead fish. Long Chen die. Suddenly, a sharp aura locked onto Long Chen. That winged ancient race expert had returned. He was like a bolt of lightning, his sharp claw aiming for the back of Long Chen's head. You really are courting death, Long Chen was infuriated. He smashed a fist at him, but unexpectedly this person was just fainting. His wings flapped, and he flew past Long Chen, grabbing the scarlet blood spirit fish. He managed to catch over 10 of them. However, he had just done that when Long Chen pointed a finger. A bolt of lightning shot out, causing the winged expert's expression to completely change. He sensed the terrifying power of divine lightning. His wings flapped again, and he suddenly fled into the opposite direction, narrowly avoiding Long Chen's attack. Just as he was forced to run, a spiritual arrow shot at Long Chen. What infuriated Long Chen the most was that this new attacker was from the righteous path. Right now, Long Chen's spiritual strength was focused on the scarlet blood spirit fish. Now that he was disturbed, either all the fish would die or he would be forced to let them run. Furthermore, once they were scared away, these fish would never return. They were such wary beasts that they wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. This person was forcing Long Chen to abandon the scarlet blood spirit fish. At the same time, he sensed several powerful auras rushing over here. Clearly, they had been summoned by this birdman of the ancient races. He had definitely spread word of the scarlet blood spirit fish so that Long Chen couldn't get them. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. Long Chen's gaze was icy cold. His spiritual strength relaxed, releasing the scarlet blood spirit fish. They immediately vanished from sight. Buzz! A lightning blade appeared in Long Chen's hand, slashing apart the spiritual attack. His figure vanished as he rushed toward that righteous expert. His lightning blade slashed down mercilessly. That righteous expert sneered, and a blood-colored saber appeared in his hand. Divine light shone from it, and he slashed at Long Chen, borrowing Long Chen's power to fly back. He had no intention of fighting Long Chen head-on, and he was confident in being able to get away. Ignorant and fearless. Boom! Long Chen's lightning blade suddenly exploded as it met the blood-colored saber. Thousands of bolts of lightning spread in every direction. The righteous expert had used the force behind Long Chen's blow to run away. He was still sneering. Just at this moment, a lightning hand pierced through his back and out his chest. That hand was now covered in sticky blood, but that blood was quickly vaporized by the thunder force. The righteous expert stared in shock at his chest. Suddenly, he exploded as the lightning arm shook. A berserk energy turned him into bloody mist. Ancient race idiot, if I don't kill you today, I won't be called Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were gloomy as he stared at a distant, shocked birdman. Chapter 1821, Viciously Killing. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen was truly angry. This ancient race idiot had scared away all the scarlet blood spirit fish. With their intelligence and wariness, they wouldn't fall for it a second time. He had already previously ruined this for Long Chen, and now he had brought over so many experts. Long Chen's chances of obtaining more scarlet blood spirit fish were essentially zero now. The righteous expert had already been slain, his blood scattering to the lake. The scarlet blood spirit fish were extremely sensitive to this, and they fled to the caves at the bottom of the lake, refusing to come out. Now that things had reached this point, Long Chen no longer had any misgivings. Killing intent surged in his eyes. This birdman had ruined his plans. The ancient race expert spread his wings and light erupted in the sky. It was unknown what divine ability he used, but his wings grew explosively, tearing through the void. However, they had just spread when a lightning hand grabbed one of them. The ancient race expert let out a miserable cry as his wing was torn right off by Long Chen. Still holding his bloody wing, Long Chen coldly said, "Did you think your speed was unmatched? I want to see how you fly once I tear off both of your wings." Long Chen tossed the wing into the air and smashed it apart with his fist. Lightning flashed, and he vanished. The ancient race expert endured the pain of having his wing torn off. His wings were where he activated his divine abilities from. Tearing one off was like tearing a piece of his soul away. He summoned his manifestation, and a new wing grew, but his expression changed as Long Chen vanished. His remaining wing lit up, but before he could move, Long Chen's hand reached out, grabbing it and tearing it off. The ancient race expert cried out painfully once again. If Long Chen tore off his arms or legs, he wouldn't shout. But these wings were deeply connected to his soul. It felt like his soul was being torn apart. However, just as he was screaming, that scream was cut off like a knife had severed it. Long Chen's hand was clutching his throat, holding him like a chicken. Just at this moment, a mass of over 20 experts charging over came to a sudden stop. Amongst them were people from the righteous path, the ancient family alliance, the ancient races, and the Xuanhuan beasts. When Long Chen had slain the first righteous expert, they had been a bit shocked. However, the ancient race experts had rallied them, saying that they could kill Long Chen instantly if they joined forces. After all, he was the enemy of all of them. If over 20 Empyreans attacked at the same time, they would definitely be able to heavily injure Long Chen. It would then make him vulnerable to other experts. Once he was forced away, they would also have a chance to obtain the scarlet blood spirit fish. Although this was risky, the enticement of the scarlet blood spirit fish was great enough for them to risk it. Based on their plan, that birdman of the ancient races should have lasted at least a few exchanges. After all, his heavenly eagle wings were a very powerful divine ability, granting him great speed. They could also be used for offense and defense. Unfortunately, this shockingly fast fellow was too weak in front of Long Chen. He wasn't able to resist in the slightest, getting caught in the blink of an eye. After catching him, Long Chen tossed him over to the other experts rushing over. The birdman was like a meteorite, moving 10 times faster than his own speed. Those experts let out startled cries. They tried to dodge, but Long Chen had thrown the birdman with so much force that he appeared in front of them as soon as he left Long Chen's grasp. 3 of them were struck. Although they had summoned their heavenly Tao defenses, they were sent flying. The birdman's physical body exploded, and a Yuan spirit flew out. He tried to run, as he found that the speed he was so proud of was a joke in front of Long Chen's celestial lightning body blink. Just before this, he had already despaired, thinking that he was definitely dead. But unexpectedly, Long Chen had tossed him away. His physical body might be destroyed, but his Yuan spirit had survived. It was unfortunate that as soon as his hope was reignited, it transformed into absolute despair again. A lightning arrow appeared in his vision. No, a cry of despair rang out as he understood just how foolish it had been to provoke Long Chen with his speed. Boom, that expert's Yuan spirit was slain mercilessly. Run! The other experts' expressions completely changed. They were finally witnessing Long Chen's power. Hence, they no longer dared to even think of driving Long Chen away to obtain the scarlet blood spirit fish. In truth, they had been tricked by the birdman. They didn't know that once the scarlet blood spirit fish were startled, they wouldn't appear again. Furthermore, with people being slain and their blood flowing into the lake, those scarlet blood spirit fish would stop searching for food. There wouldn't be the slightest chance of obtaining them again. If they had known that, they might have been calmer before acting. Regretfully, there were that many ifs in this world. Long Chen smiled coldly, and his figure vanished. Like a streak of lightning, he shot after those experts. Wielding a bone sword, he slashed it at one of the panicking experts. That expert didn't even have a chance to activate his divine item before being slain along with his Yuan spirit. This bone sword was one of the golden dragon teeth. He didn't dare to let them leave his hand anymore, or they would try to escape his control. The dragon teeth were incredibly sharp. His own hand had to be covered in green dragon scales just so that he could hold it. The dragon tooth was 3 feet long. It was a similar shape to a sword, and he used it very smoothly. If it had a hilt, it would be even more comfortable. Long Chen shot off for his next target. The golden dragon tooth smashed apart a divine sword that his opponent tried to block with. When that sword was destroyed, Long Chen clearly felt the dragon tooth absorb the sword's item spirit. The dragon tooth actually had a kind of instinct to strengthen itself. Think you can run? Keep dreaming. Long Chen suddenly summoned a ball of golden flames. He threw it into the lake below. Boom! The ball of flames exploded on top of the lake. The golden flames spread in every direction. The entire surface of the lake began to boil. Following that, ripples appeared in the water. They looked like scales. It just appeared when water arrows shot out like concentrated rain, enveloping the region Long Chen was in. The water arrows flew from below, and the experts running for their lives were caught off guard. The water arrows pierced their bodies, eliciting sharp cries. The water arrows enveloped them like a storm. Each arrow possessed its own law. Some of those experts had their physical bodies explode on contact, leaving Yuan spirits floating in the air. However, their Yuan spirits began to smoke when the water arrows touched them. Their energy rapidly faded. Some of them tried to flee, but before they could get far, they returned to nothing. Long Chen was also struck by a tide of water arrows. However, he was prepared since he had heard Hua Ziguang say that the lake possessed a law that would attack back if someone attacked the lake. He was standing on the heaven-flipping seal, which spread to cover him. The water arrows struck it, sending it and Long Chen higher into the sky. What shocked Long Chen was that the heaven-flipping seal rapidly exhausted a huge amount of its energy to block the water arrows. Long Chen almost coughed up blood from the impact of the water arrows. Fortunately, the lake returned to calm in a few seconds. The experts that had enveloped Long Chen had all been slain. In the distance, some more experts had been rushing over. However, upon seeing that terrifying sight, their faces were pale. They immediately turned around and fled. It really was terrifying. The heaven-flipping seal almost couldn't bear it. Long Chen himself was shocked. Hua Ziguang had said that the lake's counterattack had been powerful enough to almost heavily injure him. Long Chen had thought that the lake's attack could help him stall or trap these experts. Unexpectedly, the lake had directly slain them all. It seems the lake counterattacks based on the force attacking it. Fuck, it's a good thing I didn't go all out or I might have died. Long Chen muttered to himself, feeling like he had almost conned himself to death. Long Chen rushed into the distance. He took out some large buckets and began absorbing as much water as he could. He wanted to gather as much as possible before these people's blood infected the water. However, this rate of absorption was too slow. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen suddenly formed a hand seal, and a terrifying suction force appeared. A giant whirlpool appeared in the lake as it sank a whole level. Rumble! The lake immediately exploded, unleashing a terrifying wave that wrapped around Long Chen. I'm done, I swear, bye. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he vanished. Chapter 1822, Leaving After Killing. Translator, Born to Be. Long Chen fled at top speed. The entire lake was enraged, and huge waves were pouncing on him. Just now, Long Chen had absorbed a huge amount of its water, and the pool he had created in the primal chaos space was now full. That had provoked the lake. Before this, he had been hoping to absorb some scarlet blood spirit fish with the water, but he found that the primal chaos space was really unable to absorb living creatures directly. Then he had come up with the method of using the heaven-flipping seal to bring in the scarlet blood spirit fish one by one. By the time he had figured out this method, the Birdman had come to cause trouble, almost ruining things. Right now, there were only 27 scarlet blood spirit fish inside the primal chaos space. As they were all fish kings, the little pool of water he had gotten with the barrels of water had naturally not been enough. In any case, since there was no longer any chance of him gaining more scarlet blood spirit fish, he directly absorbed the lake's water to give the fish kings a better living environment. As a result, the fish were more comfortable, but Long Chen was now attacked from all sides. Long Chen repeatedly slashed a lightning blade, blowing apart the waves of water and creating a path for himself. He found that there was a strange energy within these waves of water. When his lightning blade touched them, he felt his spiritual yuan rapidly flow away. Long Chen decided to release the lightning blade, allowing Lei Long to control it. That way, his spiritual yuan wouldn't be sucked away so quickly. After that, he enveloped himself in thunder force that separated him from the lake water. This water was too strange. Even when a single drop of it touched him, it sucked away his spiritual yuan, his spiritual strength, and his yuan spirit energy. Lei Long had its own energy. As a result, it could slash open a path, bringing Long Chen away. Mountains began to appear in the distance when they finally reached the end of the lake. Suddenly, Long Chen clapped himself in the head for his foolishness. Why hadn't he absorbed the water at the shore and then run? The lake wouldn't have been able to attack him. Just as they flew onto the shore, the lake stopped rumbling. It seemed to roar one final time before its attack stopped. Its attack range was limited to just the lake. Good, now no one can obtain the scarlet blood spirit fish. Long Chen smiled coldly. Golden ripples had appeared over the lake. It seemed taking the water had touched upon some restriction, making the lake enter a furious state. If people flew over it, they might be fine, but if anyone dared to try to do anything to the lake, they would definitely be attacked and killed. The scarlet blood spirit fish had been scared away, while the water had been infected with blood. Before the lake was cleansed, they definitely wouldn't come out again. With them hiding in the caves at the bottom of the lake, no one could even entice them to come out, let alone capture one. There really was no hope of getting any more of them now. Long Chen quickly rushed over 2 mountains and saw violet light flying in the distance. Hua Ziguang was surrounded by 7 Empyreans. It went without saying that Hua Ziguang was not weak. He was worthy of being sent in ahead of the crowd. Even against 7 opponents, he wasn't instantly defeated. However, he was definitely at a disadvantage and caught by them. Hua Ziguang, who would have thought that you would be so foolish as to willingly be used by Long Chen? Don't you think you're stupid for sacrificing yourself for him? That many people went to kill him, and didn't you hear those explosions just now? Sneered an expert wearing robes of the righteous path. He was joined by 2 experts of the ancient races, 3 from the ancient family alliance, and 1 from the Xuanhuan beasts. Hua Ziguang clenched his teeth. His attacks were much sharper than the 7 of them. You're the idiot. Do you think the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Xuanhuan beasts will become your support in the future? Once your use has come to an end, they'll abandon you. To betray your own side for some fake benefits, you're the real idiot. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is the pride of the righteous path and the human race. He has killed so many experts from the corrupt path, but you aren't grateful at all. How stubborn! It seems only death can cure your stupidity, cursed the righteous expert. Yes, truly stubborn. Death really is the only cure for you. An indifferent voice rang out. It was very calm in everyone's ears, but it caused all 8 people's expressions to change. Hua Ziguang was delighted, while the other 7 were terrified. This voice was familiar to all of them. Although the 7 of them had never personally seen the master of this voice, they had seen him in photographic Jades. A hand slammed onto that righteous expert's back, and he directly exploded from the force. His sword tried to fly away, but it was caught by Long Chen. If you don't want to die, you better obediently listen to me. Long Chen directed these words to the sword in his hand. It was a divine item, and if it dared to resist, he would destroy it. He smoothly slashed the sword through the air. A cold light flashed as one of the ancient race experts was cut in 2. Look closely. A sword user must have a sword user's pride and arrogance. With one sword, you can shake the universe, laugh at gods, and force the world to make way for you. Long Chen slashed his sword again, and it seemed to break the laws of heaven and earth. Time stood still. It was like this sword did not exist in this world. Sword light flashed, moving in an inconceivable arc. This arc exceeded the scope of the sword Dao, yet also seemed to be part of it. Long Chen slashed his sword 6 times, each time killing someone. Whether they blocked or fled or even tried to launch a suicidal blow, they were helpless in front of Long Chen's incomprehensible sword arts. Their ultimate fates were only death. Hua Ziguang was struck dumb. He had put his whole life into the sword Dao, but he had never witnessed such terrifying and refined sword arts. In the blink of an eye, those 7 experts that had suppressed him were slain. Furthermore, each of them had died so easily. Long Chen seemed elegant when attacking, as if he was dancing, as if it were just a show. But each move was a fatal blow. All the divine items stayed in the air, not daring to move or run. That was what Long Chen had ordered. He had locked onto these divine items with his divine sense. Although they were just quasi-divine items, he knew that the Dragonblood Legion needed some good weapons. All the Dragonblood warriors were using ancestral items. Even if he couldn't let them all use divine items, at least the squad leaders should have a divine item. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage in future fights. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. No, Master Long Chen. I beg of you, please accept me as your apprentice. Long Chen put away the divine items, and only then did Hua Ziguang recover from his shock. He actually knelt to Long Chen. He had been completely won over by Long Chen's sword arts. Long Chen pulled Hua Ziguang up, shaking his head. I'm just a dabbler. My sword arts were learned from my brother. You have great talent and power, but not the confidence and pride a sword cultivator should possess. A person needs to be humble, but sword cultivators are an exception. For a sword cultivator to feel humble is indecisive. You will see countless forks in the road ahead of you and hesitate for a lifetime. If you can't even see your own path clearly, you won't be able to become a true expert. Hua Ziguang looked at Long Chen. He felt like he had suddenly understood something, and he bowed. Many thanks for your pointers, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. If I have any future accomplishments, it will be thanks to your favor. Hua Ziguang's own comprehension abilities were very great. With just a slight indication from Long Chen, he had found the greatest weakness in himself. That was because he sensed a confidence that only experts could possess. That confidence was something that would not be shaken, one that would be steady in the face of countless trials. Long Chen's reminder changed Hua Ziguang's life and would change the Violet Light Sword sect forever. But that was in the future. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, how did things go? Did you get the scarlet blood spirit fish? Fuck, a bunch of idiots chased them away. You didn't get them, Hua Ziguang was startled. Clenching his teeth, he took out his own scarlet blood spirit fish. Long Chen hastily shook his hand. I did get some already, it's just that my household is too big and the fish that I got aren't enough. As for what you have, it's not worth anything either. Then what do we do? Can we go back? No need. The scarlet blood spirit fish are unobtainable by anyone now. Long Chen shook his head. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, is there anything you need my help with? I can go form an alliance with other righteous experts. No, I'm not afraid of anyone. If anyone wants to die, just send them over to me. If you have any good friends who have left the Martial Heaven Alliance or want to go against me, you can try to advise them. If they stay like that, they will sooner or later die to a scheme or die to my hands. Good brother, take care. If we can, let's meet again. Long Chen turned and left. More and more people were entering the yin-yang world. That was a bad thing, but also a good thing. Chapter 1823, A Meeting of Fate. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen had forcibly shattered the souls of the people he had slain while killing them. That was in order to flip through their memories. He didn't have the same refined control over his spiritual strength as Meng Qi did. If he tried to quickly look through them, the seals on their souls would activate, causing their souls to self-destruct. Although that wouldn't harm Long Chen, their memories would be fully erased. That was why Long Chen was forced to crush their souls into fragments. That would shatter the restrictions on their souls, allowing him to glance through the fragments. Through those fragments, Long Chen obtained a wider map. He also saw the threads that Pill Valley was weaving. The sects that had left the Martial Heaven Alliance had already formed a secret alliance with Pill Valley, the Ancient Races, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Xuanhuan Beasts, and other first-rate powers. The very existence of this alliance was a shot at the Martial Heaven Alliance. The corrupt path had already promised that if those sects didn't attack them, they wouldn't attack those sects. Of course, that was just a word game. As long as the corrupt path was strong enough, they could do whatever they wanted. They could make up a story that those sects had suddenly attacked them. Then they could openly crush them. So this alliance was weaker than paper. Anyone with a brain could see the crux of the problem. Long Chen didn't know what those people leaving the Martial Heaven Alliance were thinking. When the Martial Heaven Alliance fell, their so-called allies would become hungry wolves. Could it be all those people were idiots and didn't see that? Or were there more secrets that he didn't know yet? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to continue trying to understand their thinking, or what kind of scheme they were up to. He followed his own advice, that schemes were nothing in front of absolute power. Using intelligence to survive in this world was like dancing on the tip of a blade. One mistake, one miscalculation, and you would be done for. Relying on power was the correct path. That was why this world was one where the strong were respected. As long as you were strong, you could control everything. You wouldn't need schemes. The only precondition was that you were strong enough. A good display of this principle would be the comparison between the heaven-splitting battle sect and the Xuanhuan Dao sect. When both of them had declined, the Xuanhuan Dao sect had been whistling past the graveyard. They weren't even able to maintain their own dignity. On the other hand, the heaven-splitting battle sect might have become poor, but they were unyielding. If anyone provoked them, they would fight to the last. They refused to talk reason or bother with schemes. If someone was an enemy, they would fight to the death. So the heaven-splitting battle sect had become a sect of madmen in the Martial Heaven continent. However, These madmen were existences others didn't dare to provoke. No matter how they declined, they still managed to live with dignity. What was the point of cultivating? If it wasn't to live with dignity, then what? So the heaven-splitting battle sex principles were very much to Long Chen's taste. If the Xuanhuan Dao sect did not have Li Tianxuan present, Long Chen really wouldn't feel any sense of belonging to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The same was true of the Martial Heaven Alliance. He only respected and loved Jianing alone. The others had nothing to do with him. Only the heaven-splitting battle sect had made him feel like a family as a whole. Drinking and eating with Bao Buping and Chang Hao, he felt like that was how a man should live. So even knowing that people had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance, he only felt them to be foolish. He wasn't angry. If those traitors had come from the heaven-splitting battle sect, though, he would definitely hunt them down to the last. He wouldn't let anyone betray him. Matching these maps to his own, Long Chen obtained a great picture of the yin-yang world. This was one of the benefits of more people having entered. The region they could cover was greater, and it would be easier to notice some ancient relics. Although his attempt at capturing the scarlet blood spirit fish had ended up being interrupted, he was actually very satisfied now. He had just checked on the fish and found that they seemed infatuated with their new home. He had tossed a few spirit flowers and some fruit inside, thinking that they would placate them. However, they actually devoured them all. Two of them even jumped to the side of the shore and ate some precious medicines there before returning to their pool. The spiritual qi in the primal chaos space was extremely concentrated, and the life energy was so dense that it had almost condensed into the divine life elixir. That was the kind of environment that the scarlet blood spirit fish liked the best. They only liked places with abundant spiritual qi, and those environments had to be peaceful as well. In the primal chaos space, they seemed to become very hungry. They were swimming rapidly through the pool in search of food. What delighted him the most was that two of them were actually in a corner laying eggs. In just a few hours, those eggs began to change, transforming into translucent little fish. When Long Chen saw that, he almost shouted in joy. The scarlet blood spirit fish he had caught were multiplying. There were over 1,000 eggs in that one brood. In the primal chaos space, they had no natural predators, so these eggs would all mature. Just to prevent any accidents, Long Chen moved the eggs into their own little pool. He didn't want the scarlet blood spirit fish to eat them. He didn't know about their habits or if they ate their own eggs. If they were eaten, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. He tossed in a lot of precious medicines, fruit, and flowers. The fish gobbled them up until they couldn't eat anymore. They lazily swam through the water. Long Chen was given a nice surprise. He didn't know if it was because the primal chaos space was a special world, but there were now 3 more pairs mating and laying eggs. The flow of time seemed different in the primal chaos space. Everything grew faster here, even the scarlet blood spirit fish. Although he didn't quite understand this aspect of the primal chaos space, he didn't care to figure it out. In any case, it was an amazing thing. Long Chen planted precious medicines all around the fish pool. In particular, he planted those that bloomed and bore fruit very quickly. That way, when the scarlet blood spirit fish grew hungry, they could swim over to the shore and eat as much as they wanted. As long as he gave them enough food, he was confident that he could breed even more of them. The primal chaos space is a real treasure. Divine items, they're garbage compared to it. Long Chen laughed inside. The primal chaos space was a miracle. It had helped him time and time again. A few more hours passed. The first batch of eggs had matured into inch-long scarlet blood spirit fish that were swimming around happily. Long Chen tossed in some powders of the food that he was feeding to the adult fish. Those small scarlet blood spirit fish quickly consumed them. They all liked things with great spirituality. Ha ha ha, I'm rich! Long Chen went crazy with delight. These fish were growing exceptionally quickly. It seemed it wouldn't take that long for them to fully mature. The Dragon Blood Legion can soar once more. In the future, I won't even need to fight. I'll just point at who I want my brothers to kill. Long Chen felt like flowers were blooming in his heart. He eagerly anticipated the day these small scarlet blood spirit fish became Fish King as well. Being nourished in the primal chaos space, their essence would be several times stronger than the ordinary scarlet blood spirit fish. Adding on the fact that he was feeding them precious 9th and 10th tier medicinal ingredients, each one of them was a treasure. Once they fully matured, he would never need to worry about money again. After finishing the arrangements for the scarlet blood spirit fish, Long Chen thought about it and flew in a certain direction. It was a region that no one had mapped out yet. Having gone through what the others had experienced since entering the yin-yang world, he hadn't found anything that interested him. It was the unknown regions that possessed greater chances of holding treasures. Those people's cultivation bases hadn't been particularly high, and their power was also not that great. The reason they had survived was precisely because they hadn't run into any precious treasures worth fighting for, or because they hadn't dared to take risks to obtain greater treasures. As for those who had obtained treasures, if they weren't particularly strong, they would probably hide themselves after obtaining those treasures. They would wait until they could use the treasure to increase their power to the point where they could protect it before going out in search of more. As for the place he was going, it was a craggy mountain range. The dense vegetation of the yin-yang world gradually faded here, replaced with thistles and thorns. It looked a bit desolate. The further he went, the more desolate it appeared. In the end, even the thorny undergrowth faded, replaced with barren stones. These stones gradually became a red color. Further onward, he saw a corpse of a human. The robes belonged to the righteous path, and there was a clean incision on the back of the head. This person had been slain in one attack, with even their Yuan spirit annihilated. The corpse belonged to a young rank 9 celestial that still had a bewildered expression on his face. Even in his death, he hadn't understood what was going on. There's no heavenly Tao aura or the leftover aura of a divine item. There are no signs of resistance. It seems the dangers you can't see really are the fatal ones. Long Chen shook his head as he looked at the surrounding rocks. This person was most likely slain by his companion, by someone he trusted. As for why that person had killed him, who knew? The most dangerous thing in the cultivation world was a person's heart. This was an ancient teaching that had been true from time immemorial. Although Long Chen had killed countless people, he always kept his conscience clean. He had never felt any guilt for his actions. However, each time he saw someone being killed by someone they trusted, he would feel infuriated. Betrayal was something he couldn't accept. He continued onward. The land ahead was covered in mist, but this mist was actually dark yellow. It looked beautiful yet also extremely dangerous. Long Chen had just reached the misty area when a figure slowly walked out of the mist, just so happening to be walking directly to Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen, his expression completely changed. Before he could do anything, Long Chen's sword was already slashing down mercilessly. A meeting of fate. Chapter 1824, Robbing the Robber. Translator, Born to Be. It truly was a meeting of fate because that person was from the Xuanhuan beasts and had been one of the people beside true immortal Jade who had targeted Long Chen outside the yin-yang world, saying that he would kill Long Chen as soon as he saw him. Fate had drawn them together here. The Xuanhuan beast had just noticed Long Chen when Long Chen's sword came slashing over to him. He hastily raised a battle axe to block. The Xuanhuan beast was blown back, while Long Chen's body also shook slightly. His sword was too light, and it might be all right against most Empyreans, but this Xuanhuan beast expert was an elite who had been sent into the yin-yang world ahead of the ordinary experts. Long Chen was also forced back in this exchange. This person's power was not inferior to Xuanhuan's. Without a weapon suited to him, Long Chen actually had no advantage over him. The Xuanhuan beast expert's expression changed. After being blown back, he actually ran away. That dumbfounded Long Chen. This person was so powerful. Even if he wasn't as strong as Xuanhuan, he was still on that level. That one exchange was enough for experts on their level to sense this. If Long Chen wanted to defeat him, that would definitely come at a price, and to kill him would be very difficult. Unexpectedly, such a powerful expert directly fled. He was extremely fast, and Long Chen was still stunned when he vanished from sight. He was already injured. Examining his surroundings more closely, Long Chen saw a drop of blood on the ground left behind by that Xuanhuan beast. Long Chen walked over and touched the blood. Beautiful light shone from it. It was filled with the Xuanhuan beast's essence. There's a corrosive aura within it as well as the power of a curse. I didn't see any big injuries, so he was most likely stabbed, either being struck by poison or a curse. So he was trying to find a place to heal. I just wonder who injured him. Was it another person or some native beast? This mist must be filled with dangers. Long Chen looked at the mist in front of him gravely. That Xuanhuan beast expert was very powerful, and Long Chen hadn't seen any injury on him. Whatever wound there was, it had to be very small. For such a small injury to make a Xuanhuan beast expert flee for his life in search of a place to heal, it definitely had to be very fatal. Should I chase that fellow? Long Chen liked that idea, but he decided against it. His chances of killing him were too low. If his prey just ran off in the end, it would be a waste of time. He continued forward, walking into the mist. Here, he found that this mist was condensed by a special law. It was not true mist, but something that seemed like the result of a formation. The mist contains an energy that blocks spiritual probing and tries to distract the soul. It would create hallucinations if someone's will wasn't strong enough. Long Chen immediately noticed the oddities of the mist, but it couldn't affect him. Continuing onward, Long Chen saw a figure standing in the mist, its whole body shuddering. He was just an ordinary rank 9 celestial of the righteous path. His eyes were closed, and he was covered in sweat. Long Chen patted a hand on his shoulder, causing him to let out a startled cry. It was like he had been startled awake out of a nightmare. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. That person looked at Long Chen with a hint of panic in his eyes. Your will isn't strong enough. You should leave. You will only die here. Long Chen only gave a simple warning before continuing onward. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The expert stood there with a complicated expression. I don't care if you left the Martial Heaven Alliance. Wearing the robes of the righteous path should be enough to state your position. I know there are things out of your control. I only saved you because we're from the same side. Long Chen indifferently waved his hand, quickly vanishing from that person's sight. Long Chen had already realized that this person belonged to a sect that had left the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although he was wearing the Righteous Path's robes, there was a specific mark on his sleeves. That mark wasn't very conspicuous, but Long Chen had noticed it. Despite that, Long Chen had still saved him. In truth, some disciples were innocent. The ones who made the decisions were the higher-ups, and these disciples were powerless to change their decisions. As long as they hadn't raised their blades against him, Long Chen didn't want to kill them. It wasn't because he was such a nice person, but just that he had his own bottom line. The mist grew thicker as he advanced. The mental invasion also grew stronger, and other people would be seeing illusions everywhere. However, Long Chen's will was strong, and he wasn't affected at all. He didn't even need to summon a mental defense. Finally, the mist began to fade, and he saw a land of unending mountains. They were still barren, but now they consisted entirely of dark red stone. Ha ha ha, little girl, hand over your treasures and I'll spare your life. Long Chen had just walked out of the mist when he heard some shouting. Oh, someone's robbing others. Good, let's see if I can rob the robber. Long Chen quickly advanced. He also hid his spiritual fluctuations and aura. Once he was past a small mountain, he saw that there were 2 people, both from the righteous path. One was a man with fiery red light in his eyes, and he was blocking the path of a young woman. The man was an Empyrean with a powerful aura. He had yet to release his manifestation, but his aura was completely locked onto the woman in front of him. As for the woman, she was just a rank 9 celestial. Her aura was not very strong. She looked very weak, and she was like a lamb for the slaughter in front of this Empyrean. Long Chen looked strangely at this woman. He felt her figure to be somewhat familiar, but he didn't recall a rank 9 celestial amongst the women he knew. We're both from the righteous path and should be united. You haven't even seen the treasure, but you got greedy and want to kill me. Is this your Tao of cultivation? The woman shook her head. Her voice was a bit coarse. It was dry and tart. Her voice also seemed to contain great disappointment, as well as a sorrow that was difficult to describe. Long Chen got curious and switched locations to get a better view. Looking at her face, he found that her looks were very ordinary. She had quite a few freckles as well. It could be said that she was a bit ugly. However, her eyes were still very bright, but they were filled with a complicated expression of disappointment. Are you an idiot? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? What Tao? The cultivation path is one where the strong step over other people's corpses to advance. As long as there is profit, who cares? Don't waste any more of my time. I'll give you to the count of 3. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you. 1. The woman seemed to have given up on fighting. She sighed. You, Zhang Yunxiang, our generation's genius, the heir to the rain-slashing mountain house. Normally, you act very heroically. Your reputation is excellent. But who would have thought that there was such a sinister and merciless face behind that heroism? Just a quasi-divine item is enough for you to tear your fake mask off and want to kill me, a weak woman. The woman was holding an ancient sword with divine runes flowing around it. This man had targeted her precisely for that sword. Seeing that she was just a rank 9 celestial, he naturally grew greedy. Long Chen's mouth couldn't help but curse. Was this woman really an idiot? Did she not know not to reveal her wealth for nothing? She, a little rank 9 celestial, actually dared to openly hold a divine item. How was that any different from a child carrying a piece of gold and walking into a den of beggars? Stop wasting time. Although I rarely kill women, I don't have time to waste on you. Just die. That man's manifestation suddenly burst into existence. A rank 9 celestial, as heavenly Tao energy would be completely stripped away by an Empyrean's manifestation. This woman had no chance to fight back. That person's palm slammed toward her, and she simply closed her eyes, seeming to be waiting for her death. A burst of wind blew back the woman's hair. However, the fatal blow she had been waiting for never came. That was because a hand had caught that man's wrist. Another person had appeared in front of her. When she saw that person, her entire body shook. She covered her mouth, filled with disbelief. Chen, the man that had been about to kill her, suddenly saw someone else arrive and catch his attack easily. When he saw that person, he was filled with terror. I suppose that you killed your companion before even entering the mist, correct? If you have a human-s appearance, you should act like a human. Chen's domineering spiritual yuan surged into that man through his wrist, sealing his dantian. Just from this person's attack, Chen knew that he was the one who had killed the corpse that had died from a sudden sneak attack. Chen easily recognized his aura. Senior apprentice brother Chen, I. He was terrified, wanting to argue, but in front of Chen's cold gaze, he found that he couldn't lie. At some point, his soul was completely sealed by Chen. Senior apprentice brother Chen, I know my wrongs. Please forgive me. I'm willing to be your slave too. Hand over all your treasures, said Chen indifferently. Chapter 1825, The Strange Woman. Translator, born to be. That person immediately took out 3 divine items. There were 1 spear and 2 swords. They were all quasi divine items. Senior apprentice brother Chen, I've taken out everything I own. Can you please let me off? That person immediately felt more relaxed upon seeing that Chen merely wanted to rob him. He felt that as long as he handed his treasures over, Chen wouldn't kill him. Don't try to trick me. I've killed many people. I'll give you to the count of 3, and if you don't hand over everything, I guarantee that you won't see tomorrow's sun. Chen smiled disdainfully. Chen's divine sense was completely locked onto this person. He could sense even the most imperceptible fluctuations. As nothing could escape his senses, lying to him was an impossibility. That person's expression changed. Under Chen's icy gaze, he finally submitted, tossing out another 7 divine items. This person was truly a marvel. Ordinary spatial rings were unable to store divine items. The only exception was a spatial ring that had reached the same level as a divine item. Otherwise, they would need to be stored in a spiritual space. In either case, he had to have forced the divine item to submit or sealed it, or he would simply be courting death. The self-detonation of a divine item would annihilate him. As expected, these divine items all had sealing runes on them. This person was quite skilled in this regard, or there was no way he could have sealed this many divine items with his power. Senior apprentice brother Chen, I swear these are all the divine items I have. I beg you to stay your hand and let me off. This person was pale, looking as miserable as if his parents had just died. He knew that Chen's spiritual strength was many times stronger than his own. Hiding anything from Chen was suicide. If he was tougher, he could refuse to hand over anything. He could have crushed his spatial ring, throwing the divine items into the chaotic flow of space so that no one could obtain them. However, in front of Chen, it was impossible for him to be tough. He still wanted to live, so he had no choice but to hand over his treasures. You had quite a few. Chen smiled icily. Each of these divine items represented the life of an expert, or perhaps more accurately, the life of a righteous expert. This person's power wasn't worth crap in Chen's eyes. His guess was that all the people he had killed had been people who had trusted him, his friends. There was no other way he could have killed so many experts in possession of divine items. Chen, you're a peerless expert. I've already handed over my treasures. Killing me won't get you anything more. Will you still kill me? Probed the man brazenly. A glint of resentment flashed in his eyes. These divine items were all his treasures. For them, he had used his own connections, viciously attacking the people closest to him, but now all those treasures had ended up in Chen's hands. He was extremely unwilling, but he had no choice. Chen suddenly slapped that person, sending him staggering back. Scram! After slapping him away, Chen didn't look at him anymore. He grabbed the divine items and put them in the primal chaos space. The man glared at Long Chen resentfully, but he didn't dare to express it. He rushed away, vanishing within the mist. "You bastard, Long Chen, just wait. I won't let you off for this. I'll AH." That person was in the midst of cursing Long Chen when he suddenly grabbed his head and tumbled to the ground, rolling around crazily. "You bastard, you did something to my mind." When Long Chen had slapped him, he had sent a strand of spiritual strength into this man's mindset. When his resentment and rage flared, it would cause his soul to rage as well. After that, the single strand of spiritual strength would transform into a sharp blade, and countless illusions began to appear in his head. He saw the friends he had betrayed and killed. They were covered in blood. Then he saw the very blade he had used to kill them in their hands. With it, they began to hack him over and over again. "No!" A terrified scream rang out. In real life, he was rolling around crazily, but in his mind, he was unable to move. He could only allow these people to cut him to pieces. Although Long Chen wasn't a soul cultivator, he had learned some simple soul arts from Meng Qi, and his spiritual strength was extremely powerful. When that person's resentment erupted, he would fall into his most terrifying nightmares. The more he was afraid of something, the more he would see it. These illusions used his Yuan spirit as fuel. They would continue until his Yuan spirit ran out of energy and was incinerated. Only then would his pain stop. However, a person's Yuan spirit had quite a bit of energy, and it could be incinerated for a long time. In other words, this person would slowly die amidst endless pain and suffering. Perhaps this was his retribution for betraying others. Long Chen put away all the divine items. He supposed he had made quite a decent profit. As for that person's fate, it was within his expectations. "Thank you." The woman gratefully bowed toward Long Chen. Although her looks were ordinary, every single one of her movements contained an indescribable charm to them that made Long Chen feel like she looked very familiar. "There's no need to thank me. I was just being a robber. I'm even more evil than that person. But don't worry, I'm much superior and tactful. Speaking of which, that sword is a calamity in your hands. How about you give it to me for safekeeping? Again, there's no need for you to thank me." Long Chen waved his hand, looking at the sword in her hand. The woman actually chuckled at Long Chen. "Miss, I'm in the midst of robbing people, so please be more serious. Respect my profession." Long Chen hardened his expression. The great founder of the Dragonblood Legion, an unrivaled heavenly genius, the unmatched Long Chen would actually rob a weak woman. I don't dare to believe it. The woman smiled at Long Chen without the slightest fear. Long Chen swore inside, so he had been recognized. He immediately said, "I haven't been doing too well in the world lately. It's been tough. Sometimes I'm forced to be a robber to get some money to survive." Girl, why do you look a bit familiar to me? Do I know you?" "I know you, but you don't know me. I'm just a nameless little figure, a nobody. My talent is only ordinary while you are a dragon amongst men. How could you know me?" The woman sighed with sorrow. "Hey, little girl, why do I feel like you sound world-weary? Did you enter the yin-yang world to seek your own death?" Cough, I put that badly, but you know what I mean. Long Chen had seen all kinds of people, but he felt that this woman was different from all of them. "Seeking my own death, perhaps. In the yin-yang world I've seen many ugly things. I don't quite know what to do." A complicated expression appeared in her eyes. She seemed at a loss. "Another girl living in dreams." Long Chen shook his head. "You're the same as that foolish Zai Yan. Either you are always protected by others when looking at the world, or you learn about the world only through other people's mouths. Standing in the sunlight, you look at how amazing the world looks, yet you never see just how dark the places where the sunlight doesn't reach are. I'm not going to get in another argument with one of you." Just as Long Chen turned to leave, he hesitated. He took out a small arrow tube and handed it to her. "This tube is an item used for sneak attacking that Gu Ran made for me. I'll probably never use it, so based on the destiny that brought us together, you can have it. I also benefited a bit thanks to you. There's a mechanism inside it that can be activated 3 times. Each time, it will shoot out 300 poison needles that will paralyze someone. If you use it at close range without any warning, someone like that fellow just now would definitely be struck. You would then have a chance to kill him. Even if you can't, you would have a chance to run away. Girl, remember that life is beautiful, but it is definitely not perfect. When you despair, think of the things that make you happy and you'll feel that no matter where you go, there will still be sunlight in your heart. All right, that's all I have to say. I'm still busy, so goodbye." Long Chen waved his hand and vanished, leaving the woman holding the tube. She looked in the direction Long Chen had gone. Without being aware of it, tears streamed down her face. Did he recognize me? No one can recognize you. Furthermore, that evil weapon of Long Chen's is currently in slumber, so there's even less chance of him recognizing you. A voice rang out in the woman's mind. If he didn't recognize me, then he just gave an ugly, talentless girl that he didn't even know a life-saving treasure, as well as saving her and comforting her. He really is still the same. He has not changed. He's always been a good person. What makes a person good or bad depends on your viewpoint, just as Long Chen said. There were many things you couldn't see before this. Now that you've changed your viewpoint, don't you think you have seen a more truthful view? The girl nodded. It really is a different view. It's completely different from what my master and the elders taught me. Senior, I'm lost. What is there to be lost about? Again, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. What matters is where you stand. The things your master taught you are correct to her. As for what Long Chen said, he's also correct. As for that fellow that snatches treasures from others to live, he is also correct. Using any means necessary is a method of survival. Naturally, you are lost now, but if you want to see the world clearly, you'll need to view it from multiple angles. That's the only way you can find a more complete view. Senior, I want to return to my old status, please. No. The mysterious voice merely gave an icy reply with no room for negotiation. Chapter 1826, The Path of Tempering the Heart. Translator, born to be. We've agreed that you will roam the yin-yang world as an ordinary rank 9 celestial for a month. During this month, I will suppress your cultivation base, your looks, your yuan spirit, your spiritual fluctuations, everything. Here, you are no longer the beloved and respected fairy Xian. You are just an ordinary cultivator that could not be any more ordinary. This woman was the elusive music immortal palace's Xian. Before entering the yin-yang world, she had been moved by Yan Nanshan's words. She wanted to try looking at the world from another angle. Long Chen had always said that this world wasn't what she thought it was. She had thought that Long Chen's eyes had been clouded by slaughter and hatred. She had felt that he was wrong, that he couldn't see the sunlight. Hence, she had made an agreement with the 7-string C-suppressing zither. It would suppress her cultivation base, change her appearance, and make her into a completely different person. As long as her life wasn't in danger, it wouldn't help her. This was a tempering experience for her, as well as an experiment. When she first entered, everything went well. She didn't bump into any other experts. Relying on her luck and intellect, she found quite a marvelous bounty inside an ancient cave. At that time, she had been very confident. But on the day that the large mass of experts had entered the yin-yang world, she had been robbed by 7 different experts. It was at this time that she found that her learning, her principles, her insights were all jokes. In this place, the only thing was naked greed, talking reason. That wasn't worth a single copper coin. At the beginning, there had been several rank 9 celestials that had grown envious of her divine item, so they had tried to kill her. She had then relied on her power to repel them and run. Failing 7 times to talk things out with those people had given her a big impact. But the biggest impact was when she had saved an expert who had been injured and lost consciousness when fighting against a magical beast. After she had helped heal that expert, he actually launched a sneak attack at her, almost killing her. It had been the 7-string C-suppressing zither that had been forced to come to her aid, killing her attacker. No matter what, Xian couldn't understand. If it hadn't been for her, that person would have died, so why would he want to kill her? Was it really true that greed would always win over everything? Was there really no gratitude? In the next few days, she had grown somewhat numb. Before this, she had been like a swan gracefully soaring over the land. She had seen endless mountains and rivers, endless beautiful scenes that made her feel like this world was so wonderful. Now this swan's wings had been lost. She fell to the mountains and rivers powerless. She had once firmly believed that as long as a person could comprehend the heavenly Tao's, they would be able to reform the world. Now she felt that this line of thinking was laughable. She also experienced the double standards that Long Chen had brought up. All the experts that she had encountered wished to hear her music, and when they did, they praised her, giving her the name of the Zither Fairy. They prostrated themselves before her, listening closely to her teachings. However, when she had a different status, the same principles that she was taught before were met with derision and a killing blow. Those people couldn't even be bothered to let her finish speaking. They just wanted her sword. Day after day, Xian was in greater and greater pain. She felt her faith and beliefs crumbling around her. The world that she had known was all false. The elusive music immortal palace's disciples only obtained the world's approval due to the elusive music immortal palace's martial might. Without this foundation, they were just a joke. After the past few days, she didn't even know how many people she had encountered who had wanted to kill her for her treasures. She had not encountered a single person who had wanted to help her. Some people had just watched from the side indifferently, perhaps waiting for a chance to profit while she fought off her attacker. Recently, she had lost the desire to talk reason with others. Her heart grew colder and colder. This world made her heart cold. Without the status of Fairy Xuanhuan, she felt pained. The thing that she hadn't expected was that the first person to come to her aid would actually be Chen. Even without recognizing her, he had helped her and even given her something to protect herself. That made her grateful but also ashamed. Chen had always been a good person. He acted openly, in the same way that he thought. He didn't act one way while thinking another. Before this, she had gone against him, thinking that he was a demon who had slaughtered too many people and thus lost himself. She had wanted him to abandon his slaughter. Now when she thought back to that, she felt herself to be foolish. Wasn't giving up his slaughter just allowing others to kill him? Had she really been asking him to kill himself? She had even asked it so righteously. Thinking of that, she felt so ashamed she could die from it. These days where she had lost her status as Fairy Xuanhuan had been hell for her. She felt constant pain, and she was barely halfway through her month. That was why she begged the 7-string C suppressing zither to free her from this torment. She didn't want to play this game any longer. Are you afraid of continuing because you don't want to see that the world is even worse and more evil than you've already seen? Asked the 7-string C suppressing zither. Xuanhuan choked back some sobs as she nodded. Xuanhuan, this world belongs to the brave. Why do people want to become strong? Xuanhuan shook her head. If it was before, she wouldn't hesitate to say a few hundred responses, but now her head was a muddled mess. She no longer had her old confidence. Not everyone is full of wild ambitions. 99% of people just want freedom. They want to live with freedom and dignity. Chen's accomplishments are forced out by the cruelty of reality. If he didn't work hard, if he wasn't vicious enough, he would die. His lovers would die and his brothers would die. As for you, you understand many principles, but you have never thought about what you live for. When you were born, your fate was set. You were to be a high and noble fairy, the heir to the elusive music immortal palace. You accepted that fate. But Chen had his own fate. He was a lowly noble's son in an empire in the secular world. His fate should have ended within that run-down noble family. However, he was unwilling to allow fate to settle things for him. He fought against the heavenly Taos. He dared to go against the very heavens. As for you, your fate was set up by the elusive music immortal palace. Are you willing to let your fate be arranged by others? Senior, Xuanhuan was surprised that the 7-string C suppressing zither would say such words. Was it saying, "Don't be surprised. The reason I have always stayed in the elusive music immortal palace is because I was waiting for a person to appear. That person is you, but it is not the current you. Child, don't be afraid. Be brave. Clench your teeth and walk forward. Only by experiencing a painful struggle can you emerge from your cocoon." Many thanks, Senior. Disciple will definitely live up to your expectations, said Xuanhuan gratefully as she wiped away her tears. Child, you should know that you aren't alone. You not only have me, don't you also have an existence in your heart that's more important than anything else? Xuanhuan involuntarily thought of Chen. That free and unfettered figure that dared to do anything was always present in her heart. But he already said that the ties that held us together were severed. We are now strangers. Tears once more sprang up in Xuanhuan's eyes. She thought of the heartless words Chen had said back in the Grand Han. Foolish child, you were the one forcing him to say such things. You forced his people into desperate straits. How could he not be angry? Do you not know what kind of person Chen is? His people's lives are more important to him than his own. When you fought him at that time, you threw them all into great danger. Did you think he would say something nice? But he definitely hates me to death now. You really are foolish. Chen doesn't truly hate you. Did you not hear it? Hear what? Xuanhuan's ears perked up. Chen previously said that you were the same as that foolish Xuanhuan. That proves that you are still in his heart. Were you unable to even tell that? Hearing that, Xuanhuan felt like a curse had been lifted. She became brighter. Child, the great era has come. This world is facing huge changes and a storm of blood is coming. No one can live off of just kindness. If you are really kind, if you really want to save the lives of this world, then work hard on finding the correct Tao, said the 7-string C suppressing zither solemnly. The correct Tao, You mean the current heavenly Taos? Talking about such things is too early. I know you are a kind child, but you have to know that just kindness without the truth can easily cause disaster. The greater your power, the greater the disaster. Taking pity on a fish, you pour boiling water on it, releasing land tortoises in the river. Sometimes the harder you work, the worse you make things. You are like a larvae in the cocoon struggling to become a butterfly. No one can help you. If someone helps you, you won't be able to open your wings in the future. You have to find your own truth, your own Tao heart. That's the only way you can find your way and no longer be lost. That's the only way you can become a true expert. I won't fail you, swore Ziyan. Let's go and continue your path of tempering the heart. Only then did Ziyan put away her emotions and slowly leave. She didn't go in any particular direction. She was leaving the misty region. The seven-string sea suppressing zither didn't ask her to go looking for treasures. It wanted her to find her heart. That was her greatest challenge. Ziyan was unaware of it, but her life was currently undergoing a transformation. It was a frightening transformation, a transformation that would shake and terrify the world.